1, 2, 3. One, two, three, test, test. Test, 1, 2, 3.
Kart Complex here for the season finale of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Taylor Burris, trackside report here with us. Taylor, what do you got for us, my man?
Well, we just had a lot of rain come across the track here, and we see at the moment, if you look as the cars are coming on the track right now, this whole puddle right here coming down as they work onto the main front straightaway. An absolute massive puddle right by the barriers, and all across the track there is actually small amounts of puddles here and there that could cause major difficulties for each and every single one of these drivers if they choose what type of tire to run on. Majority of the drivers are choosing to run wet tires out here on the circuit, but the sun is out, as you can see, and that means one thing: it's going to get a little bit drier. The track's going to change continuously throughout the rest of the day. We hope to see maybe some changes to where dry tires may come into play for some of our other classes and other heat races throughout the day.
There you go. From Taylor Burris. Thank you very much there, Taylor. And please keep us informed as the weekend continues to go on, because myself and Rocco Ruzick are definitely going to want to hear whatever is going out there on the racetrack, and whoever decides to go on wets, whoever decides to go on slicks, it's all going to change here. But this track, with how flat it is, there is a lot of puddles here. And you saw the exit of the pits there, Rocco, was absolutely flooded. But we're going to get set to go green here in a couple of moments time for the first of our heat races, but everybody's still kind of trying to figure out the racetrack here their first time around, and everybody telling their drivers to slow down. So we aren't going to start in the turn number 1 or 2 chicane complex. We're going to start further in the field in between turn number 5. So it's going to start back here on the run to this hairpin here, and it's a little bit of a change again. Brittany Lobo listened to the entire paddock on what they thought and where we should start, so this is what they came up with here today. Simon Jack Klein, the driver, starting on the pole position here, his first pole position this year in regional racing action. Alongside him, Cade Casper for the Trackside Karting Services team. Alex Chandler, the first of the Iron Rock Motorsports machines, with Aston Wyatt starting right alongside him.
Aston Wyatt alongside him with Gus Wonderlay in 5th place, and Orbezo joining him on the 3rd row. Then it'll be Setagova and Cowell on the 4th row, and then Pasha Ali and Vargas on that last row.
And you go here, the green flag is out, and we are racing around the outside. A couple of drivers looking to make some moves. The 155 of Casper way off the racetrack. Pasha Ali already making moves. Simon Jack Klein, though, with a good start in his Kart Republic. Ali still looking to get by Oscar Gus Wonderlay, not able to get through into this little hairpin complex here, turns number 6 and 7 there, as they come down to turn number 9. And it's already very, very slick. And there goes Wonderlay on the inside. He's able to make it stick and get the move done up to 3rd.
Pasha Ali with a really good start, as we have the 116 of Cowell. He is off the racetrack. That is unfortunate. They're going to try and get that kart fired back up, but as of right now, it doesn't seem to be getting fired back up. You have now Wyatt down the inside. Is that for the lead? I believe that's for the lead. You have Aston Wyatt now to the front, ahead of Simon Klein. As further back, he falls to that group of 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Everybody else able to work their way through. Ali, Chandler, everybody fighting here down the main straightaway. Chandler on the inside into turn 1. Thinks better of it. He gets back in the line. And everybody else single file further back in the field as well. Nicholas Orbezo, one of the drivers who didn't have the best of qualifying. So Orbezo lost 2 spots as well. Not the best start for Orbezo in this one either. As we head into turn number 5, everybody able to work their way through, and Ali still looking to make some work of the Iron Rock Motorsports machine of Wonderlay. He's looking to set up an over-under in the wet conditions. They're going to go side by side all the way down to turn number 6. Simon Klein, Chandler going side by side. And all this battling here, Rocco, is going to really allow Aston Wyatt to run away with it.
Yeah, and you have Chandler now down the inside of Klein. And so now you have Chandler in that P2 position. Pasha Ali with a fantastic start now. He tries to get down the inside of Simon Klein there. He started in 9th place. And you can see him, he got around Gus Wonderlay there by running the outside line. As you see him try to get down the inside, he's going to look for it down on that inside. So it's a little hard to break on the racing line in these slick conditions, because that rubbered up line is a lot more slick than anything else on the racetrack. You saw Ali go to the wide part of the racetrack to try and get a run on Wonderlay as Wonderlay gets ahead of Simon Klein as well. So Klein moving backwards in this race as everybody else seems to be moving forward in the top 4.
Everybody else in the top 4 looks to be making a good progression up the order, and they really are definitely starting to gain some time on what looked to be Alex Chandler in the 2nd spot. Pasha Ali going to go side by side, and everybody trying to work together. They're both pointing forward and just kind of you know, it's kind of contradicting whenever you're pointing yourself forward or pointing at each other and still continuing to fight for the second position. So those two drivers are trying to decide who's going to lead their group. It looks like it's going to be Pasha Ali for the moment as they close down their gap to Aston Wyatt. That gap just at over a second. Again, with however much the fighting does continue to ensue, it could change here shortly. But we aren't too sure how quick this racetrack is going to dry up. We know a lot of drivers do have a lot of experience here, but that's one of the biggest talking points as well. How long is it going to take for us to get back into slick conditions and slick tire conditions here, Rocco?
Yeah, I mean, as they drive on that line, they'll keep drying up the racing line. Some of them driving an alternate line to that dry weather line. As you can see, Pasha Ali with a bit of understeer coming to that corner. I mean, it's a given in the rain and the wet conditions. You're going to have some understeer, so you just have to know how to combat it. And Pasha Ali is doing a fantastic job right now, as you see him now start to gain on the back of Aston Wyatt here. So you saw Alex Chandler a little upset that they were fighting for P2, but it definitely seems that Pasha Ali is the faster kart. So it was a good move by Ali to get ahead, and now you can see him catching up to that leader as we come into this chicane now. We'll see the gap as we come across to update between your two leaders here. That gap has visually closed a great mark as Aston Wyatt, I don't know if he is appears to be struggling, but Pasha Ali is definitely flourishing in these kinds of mixed conditions.
Very, very fast here for Pasha Ali and his CRG Nordum racing machine. For Aston Wyatt, not as quick as the lap time that Pasha Ali was able to put down the last time around. So it's definitely, with 1 minute to go, going to heat up here. Ali was about a second quicker than Aston Wyatt the last time around. So what does Ali have in store on the inside there of turn 4? He looks to get clear. Not close enough in 5, but definitely arriving on the scene here as Aston Wyatt seems to be slowing in the last little bit of this race. What can Pasha Ali do here as they get into that infield hairpin? One driver way off the racetrack that looked to be Simon Jack Klein. That was off the racetrack there. That Kart Republic SLA kart racing machine out of this one early. But Aston Wyatt, bottom of the racetrack, Ali to the top, looking to set up an over-under. He's going to get bogged down just a little bit. Caught Aston Wyatt just a little too soon, but the run all the way down to turn number 8 going to be really good here for Pasha Ali if he can get it done. As Simon Klein looking to go through his one. It looked like he got a shot from behind because that bumper just pushed in all the way there, Rocco.
Yeah, you can definitely see some damage on that rear bumper there. Your two leaders now very, very close indeed. Aston Wyatt still with that lead. They're fighting there, still side by side this whole time. You see Pasha Ali with the edge coming in to turn 11 here. Will he get the lead? I think so under braking. Pasha Ali will take the lead from Aston Wyatt there. Aston fades a little high to try and get the exit on Pasha Ali. We'll see what happens through this chicane right here onto our next lap. We got 30 seconds to go, so about 3 laps to go as they come across the line now for these two drivers. Pasha Ali looks over his shoulder, sees that Aston is still there in his mirrors. And right on the bumper there, too, as they come around this first little front straight right here. Will Aston make the move? He kind of moves a little bit to the inside, but I don't think he'll be able to do it. It's so tricky to overtake in these wet conditions. As you see some drivers come down, and as you see, Aston Wyatt tries to work the outside. It's not going to work as the next corner is a right-hander. So Pasha Ali still with that lead.
Yeah, it seemed like Ali just went a little wide there and on the exit of turn number 3, and that kind of allowed Aston Wyatt to get side by side there for a second. It was the same thing the lap before when Wyatt just went a little wide, hitting that wet spot just that much sooner than Ali, and then taking a different line, different to everybody else. So it was just that little bit different for Aston Wyatt. Looks to close down here on Pasha Ali, and with 2 laps to go left in this race, we'll head down to Taylor Burris. What do you got for us?
Well, we know the importance of taking precautions in these type of rain conditions. We're here with Massimo Sanchez, and we're going to talk a little bit about the importance of making these changes due to the fact it is sunny out, but there is a lot of rain conditions out there. Can you talk to us about what changes a driver should be making in order to be prepared?
Yeah, sure. It's going to be one of those things where, the drivers are going to have to adapt to the conditions, right? It's going to be tangible. It's going to be changing all the time. We had a bit of a short burst of rain that came quick. And now we have a lot of younger drivers going in those first couple groups that are really treading the waters, trying to test different things. People like myself, team owners, we're looking at the lap times. Right now we got some sun, some wind. The drivers are doing the best to manage the conditions, but at the end of the day, as a team owner, and our job is to make sure that we give them the best opportunity we can, and those kinds of changes on the kart setup, give it some more grip. Do we go rain tires? Do we go dry? And that's going to come down to really just the raw data and what the drivers feel. I'm sure Tim's looking at, the kids that he's got in GFC that are right now on the track. Some other teams, myself personally at MSL, we only have a couple kids that are actually in the later group, so we're just going to be looking at the times and seeing how we can adjust and when the track will dry. I do think it will dry. I think with the wind and the sun, it's going to come quickly, but it's going to be one of those things where, roll the dice, when do you go to slicks, and kind of figure out from there where you go.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck out there, and good luck to your team. All right, back over to you.
Thank you very much there from Massimo Sanchez, Lara, and Taylor Burris giving us that intel. And again, Rocco, all team owners are definitely going to have their eyes peeled here on the racetrack to look what changes to make. And this is the biggest tell that you can get watching how the conditions progress, watching how the track progresses, and how the rain tires are also reacting, having your eyes peeled on the skill lines when they come in, how much they're overheating, an idea of tire pressure as well is one thing that a lot of these teams are going to be looking at, especially when you have that little bit of alliance in between CRT Nordum and MSL Racing. Both of them pitted right next to each other. They're definitely going to be sharing just a little bit of data to try and figure it out. But white flag in the air now for your Mini Swift drivers. Ali still leading the field here with a good gap over Aston Wyatt, about over half a second. And you go back to Alex Chandler, who fell back 5 seconds. Wonderlay sits in fourth, and Nico Orbezo, who rounds up your top five. Three of the Iron Rock Machines, third, fourth, and fifth, respectively, as they continue to work their way through. Cade Casper, the lead of the Trackside Karting Services GFCs, the lone Trackside Karting Services GFCs, and then Simon Klein, who started on the pole, is going to start on the pole for the next two heat races of the day. He's going to have a lot of work to do as this weekend continues to progress.
Yeah, and up in front with Pasha Ali still holding this advantage on Aston Wyatt. There's only half a lap left for these two or for Aston Wyatt to gain on Pasha Ali. I don't think it's going to happen, as there's about almost a second in between those two drivers in these mixed conditions. You see Pasha look over his shoulder again, just checking that gap as they come through this final back straightaway up into the chicane. So for Heat 1, it was a mix-up in the conditions. You had a bunch of drivers move backwards, like Klein, you said, and a bunch of drivers also move forward. But Pasha Ali will come out on top in this Heat 1 if he can keep it together in these final few corners.
Yeah, Pasha Ali around the last couple of corners here. He didn't have the best qualifying. Went around in his qualifying session, but picked up the pace, and it was almost the last of first challenge for Pasha Ali in heat race number 1. He's going to take the checkered flag. You see he's pumped up about that one, and I'm sure that entire CRG Nordum team is going to be as well. Aston Wyatt across the line in second. Alex Chandler, the first of the Iron Rock Motorsports Machines, to cross the line in third.
In fourth, Gus will come across the line. And then in fifth, right there, you have Nicholas Orbezo. Casper a little bit further back in sixth place. I think still very close with Sofia Sadagova there for 6th and 7th. So that is the next two to cross the line, and it will be Simon Klein and Vargas, your final finishing drivers.
With some pickup getting set to come underway, we'll take our first commercial break in the heat racing action. When we come back, we go back with heat race number 1. The rest of your field as Ali goes around, and good thing he does it on the in-lap and not during the race. So we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action set to come your way.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, Come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid woods. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
field here in this one. So already a good start for a couple of these drivers, and we'll see how they do as this race continues to progress.
As you see now, a little bit of pressure on Gus Wonderley by Tyler Blackwood, I believe, for that second place position there. You see Blackwood trying to get around the opposite line, try to get underneath of Gus Wonderley for that position. This is not helping their efforts to catch back up to Dutch Westbrook, though, as he seems to be pulling away. You see there, Blackwood again tries to look for a move there, and as we go further back, they feel,
oh my goodness! Two drivers get collected, Tyler Blackwood and more. Kason Sanders is involved. Dusty Strayer on his first race up from Kid Kart collected here. Oscar Gus Wonderley, another one of those drivers, and with all the rain, it is very muddy out there. Almost impossible for these drivers to get out of the dirt here in this one, Rocco. A hectic start, a hectic second lap for some of the drivers on the racetrack now, but the lead still belongs to Dutch Westbrook, who's running away with it. But for Brody Stoffel to find himself in second place and gaining a couple of positions there, that was good for him nonetheless. And Ahmad as well from last, already up to the third spot here, Rocco.
Yeah, a bit of a mix-up there on the start. You have a few of the lead drivers out in that first turn incident there, including Gus Wonderley. You saw him far in the tall grass there. As you see, I think there's a little hand signal there by Brody Stoffel to Kimo Ahmad. I'm not sure what that meant, if it was either to calm down, just try to work forward, or if it didn't seem like a wave by, so I wouldn't call it that. But as you see now on your screen, Dutch Westbrook gone from the rest of this field after that incident. So he's in a pretty comfortable spot right now, and there, as you can see, Kimo Ahmad got around Brody Stoffel there.
Yeah, Kimo able to get up to the second spot there, and for Brody Stoffel, who sits in the third spot now, Brody Brown's going to be right behind him, and you see all the mechanics there telling their drivers to push, but already Dutch Westbrook drops the tire there on the exit of 2, and that's going to give new life to Kimo Ahmad, Brody Stoffel, and Brody Brown, who sit second, third, and fourth respectively there. And a mistake by the Benek machine to find himself off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 2. That's going to slow him down just a little bit, but you see how much real estate he's gained throughout this race, Rocco.
Yeah, he still has a huge cushion to calm down and try and just get back and get his head down there. Bit of a bobble coming through turn 2, so yeah, as you said, lost a bit of ground to these second and third place drivers, but he has a handful of pace that we saw in heat, or in the qualifying and in the warm-up, so definitely a driver that will be quite difficult to catch even now, especially in these conditions, unless Kimo has a bit of a card underneath his sleeve in these mixed conditions. As you can see, he's starting to pull away a little bit, as now Dusty Strayer back into the turn 2 weeds. Unfortunate for him, and a little bit of a slip there trying to get back in his go-kart, so he's going to get back underway. That is unfortunate again for him. He's been caught up in 2 incidents now during this Heat 1 race, so he'll have to go back to the drawing board for Heat 2 and Heat 3. Back on our screens now, that is Kimo Ahmad pulling away from Brody Stoffel there. I wonder, I actually don't see Brody Stoffel anywhere near the back of him, so I wonder if there was a little slight mistake there from Brody. We'll see as he comes around. A big gap now to Kimo as Dutch Westbrook decides to take that whole inside puddle, or outside puddle, I should say, to cool those tires off potentially, because this track is starting to dry up. There are a few puddles that are still remaining on this track, but as you can see on these straightaways, it is basically dry on that racing line.
Yeah, definitely starting to dry as Brody Brown's able to get up to the third spot, able to pass Brody Stoffel there on the exit of turn number 2. So Brody Brown's up to the third spot, and a good drive by this young driver on his second race in Micro Swift racing action after moving up the pit carts. And again, Dusty Strayer, another one of those drivers after the planet he put on at Dallas Kart Complex to move up this weekend is definitely a good showing for Dusty Strayer to be fighting inside of the top 5. But Brody Brown goes around there, unfortunately, in turn number 6. Heartbreak there for the 217 TB kart. Unfortunate there for Brody Brown, and we're standing right next to the viewing area here. You can hear the cheers and the I guess the heartbreak as well from all the fans and the mechanics and the family members of Brody Brown. Unfortunately went around in that one, so unfortunate there for Brody Brown. He's going to find himself in the fourth spot. For Stoffel, who's still going to hold on to the third spot here. But again, Rocco, you were talking a lot about that drying point and the racetrack starting to dry. We're getting close. I don't think we're necessarily there yet, but we are very, very close to that crossover point where it may be better to run those slick tires. But this front straightaway is going to be the biggest tell as well, because it's still very damp on the outside line. It seems like all the water's just holding there on the normal racing line, and that's really going to be the only inhibitor of moving over the slick weather tires here later on throughout the heat races. So if you're in the next heat, you can take a gamble, go on the slick weather tires, and in my opinion, you'd be way quicker throughout this entire section, but you'd be a lot slower down the main straightaway, and you'd really get a lot of water on those tires going into turn number 1, which is a big, heavy braking zone. You don't want to find yourself going around anywhere near there. So it'll all definitely continue to play out here throughout the weekend, and we'll see what these drivers can do as Dutch Westbrook continues to pull away from the rest of the field. About 5-second gap back. That Bennett machine absolutely rolling here in this one after going off early on.
Yeah, if you see the line that he's taking, a lot of the line that he's taking right now is the dry line, and a lot of it is starting to be removed of all that rain from all the displacement of those wet weather tires and all these races happening on it right now. So dry line is definitely forming, even though some puddles may still remain. In turn 1, that puddle that you were talking about, some drivers might think it's better to sacrifice that turn 1 and get a better run everywhere else. I mean, and when I say everywhere else, I don't really know if there are some other corners that have a really huge puddle or a, something that slick tires wouldn't be able to handle. But as of right now, you saw some spins earlier. We just saw Brody Brown go around, unfortunately. So it's to show you that these conditions are still very tricky. You could even get out Dutch Westbrook, as we saw him make a mistake in the middle of this race. But it's drying up now, and we're on the final lap. So he's pulling away right now, as I think our ticker might be, we'll see. But Kimo Ahmad in second place there, a bit of a gap between him and Westbrook, but also a huge gap between him and Brody Stoffel, about 10 seconds behind Kimo Ahmad there. So these two up in front, pretty comfortable, and they're probably just going to cruise home if they can keep it calm and collected in these mixed conditions. We'll see. Yeah, everybody on the track as well, not just these two. Mostly everybody is evenly spread out.
Yeah, everybody with big gaps in between them. You have 5 seconds back to Ahmad, then 15 seconds back to Stoffel, and then back 18 seconds to Blackwood, and another 20 as Brody Brown unfortunately goes out in turn number 1. That's going to be it there for Brody Brown. Not going to be able to continue here in this one for young Brody Brown in this Micro Swift class, where he will be these hard-working TSRS marshals to keep these drivers going here this weekend. And you can hear almost all the parents telling Brody to continue to go and continue to drive and work his way through. And as well, with the white flag in the air this time around, 2 laps to go this time around. White flag for Dutch Westbrook. Take a look at the kart gear of Dutch Westbrook. He hits that water spot. It's almost like an aquaplaning. I mean, whenever you're driving there, it really happens to kind of drag you to the right-hand side, to that wall with the water in the puddle that's kind of stuck there, as Dutch was able to pass by Dusty Strayer there. But a lot of aquaplaning here in this one, and imagine what it would be like with slick weather tires, how hard it would be to kind of save it with how slick and how damp those tires would be after going through there. So that'll be the hard part, and deciding what tire you really want to go on here later on today. Right after them, these Microsofts is going to be K8 Junior, so that's going to be a big one in the first kind of tell of what we're going to do for the 206 seniors when they get set to go out onto the racetrack. But this kid has been perfect all day long, qualified on the pole in the qualifying session, and has had a good heat race. One mistake for him has really just been the only scary part for him, but besides that, it's been smooth sailing for Dutch Westbrook all day long, and he continues to do so. Is going to look to continue to do so as this day progresses, with Heat 2 and Heat Race number 3 coming his way later on in the day. But for Dutch Westbrook, the perfect start to his day. He looks set to go around the last 2 corners and take the first Heat Race victory, take his first Heat Race victory of the day here, Rocco.
Yeah, and I think we may have had a little bit of a, we have the checkered flag now. I got a little bit confused with the 2-6 to go, but Dutch Westbrook will take that heat race win. And there's Brody Brown off again in the same corner that we've seen so many drivers make a mistake in. We just saw Dusty make another mistake in that turn 1 corner. It's a bit tricky, especially with that puddle there. Kimo Ahmad comes across the line in P2. Now your 3rd and 4th place drivers coming across the line next. Brody Stoffel and Tyler Blackwood taking 3rd and 4th. I think Blackwood actually got around Brody Stoffel on that final lap to take P3. So your top 5 will be Westbrook, Ahmad, Blackwood, Stoffel, and Nayeli Vargas.
Yeah, well, there you have it. That's your top 5. Kason Sanders sits in 6th. Victor Gus Wonderly 7th. Brody Brown 8th. And Dusty Strayer, your field here. And unfortunate for those 2 young drivers, the 2 rookies here this weekend. Just issues for the 2 of them in this heat race. Some pickup getting set to come your way when we come back. More racing action with the rest of your first heat races.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back. Your KA juniors out on the racetrack now as they get set to go green for the first of their heat races here for the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Amarillo Kart Complex. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Rocco Ruzic alongside me in the booth like he has been all year long, except for the first round. You missed the first round, but it's been good to call the action with you this year, Rocco, and I know we're excited for the final one here of the weekend. The KA junior qualifying was a good one indeed. Carson Berry put it on the pole position. Duquette qualified second. Kemper Jr. third. Tyler Roberts qualified on the fourth spot. Easton Cox rounds up your top five. With David Ibarra starting alongside him, your top three rows.
And then Nathan Golseth in seventh with Cruz alongside him, Duran and Angel in the fifth row, Anbar and Iturriaga in row number 6.
You go back to Jackson Baldez, Aldo Iturriaga, Mason Berry, and Jeremiah Thomas, the privateer. And you go back to Emilio Gus Wonderley, Shotgun Charlie on the field. And for Jackson Young and Gage Bailey, who again we send our best wishes to on his recovery as he looks set to come back onto the racetrack next year. Send the best wishes to him in San Antonio. I hope wish him a speedy recovery. But we get set to go. A GWR lockout for the Gary Willis Racing team and for Austin Miles, the lead man here this weekend. Green flag in the air now. We are racing. Carson Berry already off to a good start. Side by side, Kemper is going to send Duquette off the racetrack there. Duquette all the way through the grass, and not how you would have wanted a start if you're Matthew Duquette there. To go way off the racetrack after starting on that front row, and already you go to the bottom of the racetrack, everybody else going to go to the bottom. Nathan Golstad looking to set up an over-under, and for Kemper, he looks to have a nose there on Berry, not going to be enough. For Tyler Roberts, going to get stagnated just a little bit, and right behind him for Easton Cox and what looked to be Jackson Baldus, who's up there as well, off to a good start, but a big swarm to start off this KA junior first heat race, and already this new camera that we have up. Thanks to the Car Chaser crew for getting this up for us, and Taylor Burns that's out there working that camera in these mixed conditions. Everybody able to work their way through. There's Golseth looking to go. A couple of drivers are off. The driver in the lead goes off. And as well, further back in the field, one of the Trackside Karting Services, GFCs, and Tyler Roberts takes the lead of this race here. And again, when you think championship, the driver who's leading us away is David Ibarra, who sits in 5th. That's really, really good for Tyler Roberts and for everybody else to find themselves off the racetrack. Kemper Jr. drops a tire once again. He goes off. And wow, just goes from bad to worse here for Tyron Kemper Jr., who can't seem to stop the bleeding here, Rocco.
Yeah, you saw Tyron Kemper Jr. and Carson Berry both drop tires, or both go off, I should say, whenever they both drop their inside or outside slicks into that puddle on the front straight. So when they went into turn 1, they both got a little loose and both went off in the grass. So they lost a few positions now, but they're going to make it back. As you see Carson Berry fighting his way back up front. Nathan Golseth also in that fight. So we'll see who comes out on top on this back straight. You see Golseth pull to the inside of this kind of, it turns a little bit to the right, and then it's a left-hander. So him and his teammate both push through to get that position now, and they have to work on Carson Berry to move forward.
Yeah, definitely going to have to work on Carson Berry. It seems like everybody else could be on wet tires, but Nathan Golseth, you see those 7-inch wheels on his rear wheels. He is on slick tires, so that could be one of the biggest crossover points. And when you look at the lap times, Golseth isn't the quickest, but he is going a little bit quicker than the drivers around him. Hamza Ambar, his teammate, probably on slicks as well. Both of the Arcane drivers probably working together here. And when you look at these drivers, it looks like 6-inch tires are on the rear, so it could be wets for the GWR Gillard machine. So a lot to play for here, but a good start for Nathan Golseth on those slicks to get closer and closer to Tyler Roberts. 5 spots gained for Golseth, and for Roberts, it also seems like he's on wets. So that could be one of the biggest tells that we have. And Golseth already going a lot faster, as well as Hamza Ambar, who's going a lot faster on the inside. They're looking at freight train. Tyler Roberts, they get through into turn number 8. They're up onto the lead, and Arcane Motorsports played their cards perfectly here in this one because they are absolutely flying, Rocco.
Yeah, I mistakenly said slicks earlier because I would have assumed that a lot of the drivers would have gone in slicks by now, but surprised to me that a lot of drivers opted for those wet weather tires, even though this track is starting to get slick or starting to dry up in a lot of portions of the racetrack. So they must have thought that this track, there's only so much we can see from the screen, so it must still be a lot more treacherous out there than I thought. But these two up in front definitely doing a good job with those slick tires there. As you see Nathan Golseth now pull a lot on his teammate Anbar, maybe with a slight mistake there coming through the first few corners. So now Nathan Golseth looking really good in this Heat 1. I mean, it's the very start of the heat, so it's a great foot to start off on. He still has 2 more to work on and try to do the same as he can do in this race. So with such a comfortable lead, he's about 2 to 3 seconds back from anybody else in the main pack. So him and his teammate, especially with that teammate cushion, I think Nathan can only focus on moving forward right now.
Yeah, and for Nathan Golseth, he didn't have his front left tire there beaten, and he gives a little wave, and he knows they played this one perfectly, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. Anbar as well, as we said, with the same setup, so he's going to benefit from that as well. Everybody else seems to be fading off. I don't know if there are any other drivers on those slick tires. I thought it would have been a little bit more of an option for some of these drivers, so we might see some other drivers that we didn't expect to move up to the front, move up with those slick weather tires, dry weather tires, I should say.
Yeah, and you see the difference in line here by Nathan Golseth to move to the middle of the racetrack and avoid those puddles there. And for the two of them, definitely doing a good job to pull away. And for a driver who has developed so much over the past couple of weeks, finding himself inside of the top 10 in multiple national races, now that's exactly what he wants to see to kind of pull away from the rest of the field. And for all these drivers just making the wrong decision here in this one, and it just shows to pay off. Taking a gamble sometimes work, and again, it's the same thing when you go to a casino, right? How much are you going to gamble for how much of a risk? Those are wet tires there for David Ibarra. So yeah, everybody else just going to overheat the tires at this point. And we talked about the crossover point being really, really close, and in the near future a couple of moments ago, and it came a lot sooner than we thought. And for some of these drivers and for some of these teams as well, came a lot sooner than they thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to see the treads, but a dead giveaway is the aluminum wheel that they're using right now. It's a wheel that you see used more popularly with the wet weather tires just to help generate more heat and keep that tire alive in wet weather conditions. But right now, the heat may not be helping them at all because there's not that much water to help cool those tires down, as you saw in previous races where Westbrook would even pull into the puddle to cool those tires off. But as you said, Caleb, Golseth with a very extreme line into turn 1 to avoid all the water he possibly can. So, as we predicted in the previous heat, one driver who would rather sacrifice everything in the first corner to make up everywhere else seemed to pay off dividends here, and along with his teammate who's only 4 seconds back. Everybody else seems to be falling back significantly every lap, as we have Tyler Roberts, our third-place driver, falling all the way down to 14 seconds behind your leader.
Yeah, already falling 14 seconds behind, and that's because Nathan Golseth, when you look at lap times, he ran a 1:11.478. And his teammate, who's also on slicks, ran a 1:13, so Golseth's 2 seconds quicker at the moment. And then from Roberts, who ran a 1:17 compared to the 1:11 of Nathan Golseth. So 6 seconds is the difference here in this heat race in between slick tires and wet tires. And that's, it's all a testament to Trevor McAllister, Austin Osborne, and Shaston Johnson, who, run that Arcade Motorsports team in unison and make the decisions on what they're going to decide to do. And for Hamza Ambar to find himself in second, for Golseth to find himself at the point of this field is exactly what they're going to be wanting to see here from the fence line. So that's exactly what they're going to need here in this one. And for Hamza Ambar as well, continue to lap around. Golseth went even quicker this time around, a 1:10.841. He's put 6 seconds on his teammate and just about 20 seconds on the rest of the field here.
Yeah, Anbar is in a position where he doesn't really need to push right now because he has the tire advantage and also the spatial advantage to keep that P2 position. So right now he should, or I should stop saying people should. He's most likely focusing on not making a mistake and just holding on to that position, as his teammate is very far up the road now. So just to hold on to this position until we get that checkered flag. He has about a lap and a half to go until he gets it, and he's still looking very good in shape, as you can definitely see the dry line now forming on the rest of the racetrack. Even though there are some parts of the track that may not have puddles anymore, it could definitely still be slick with standing water or just anything in those corners.
Yeah, for a gamble, that definitely played off well. It's a jackpot in this first heat race for Nathan Golseth. He takes heat race number 1, and I said that too early. Wasted my punchline there, Rocco. White flag in the air now, so we continue. It looked like, from what our ticker said there for a second, that it was going to be 2 laps to go, but one more go around, and again, all Golseth has to do, and for a driver of this caliber now, just keep it on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. Just keep it smooth. You can see how smooth his hands are on the wheel. I mean, we have such a close, tight shot from our fantastic kart chaser cameraman out there, so you can definitely get a detail and an idea of how what it takes to dominate in the mixed conditions like this, especially with such a decision to make in the pit lanes. Slicks or wet weather tires. It was a big mistake from all the teams to choose the wet weathers, as you had only 2 drivers, it seems, because only 2 drivers were able to really pull away from the rest of the field. So a very smart decision from his mechanics, a very smart decision from Nate. I bet he was also consulting with that decision, because a lot of drivers must have been deciding, I want to go on wets as of what has happened. So now, as he takes the final 3 corners for this Heat 1, you're going to have Nathan Golseth come around and take Heat 1 victory here, with his teammate following very closely behind, and no one is even in frame with Nathan as he comes across the line.
Yeah, no one even in frame. His teammate there, Hamza Ambar, crosses the line in second now. What a drive for both of these Arcade Motorsports drivers, and what a drive as well for Maui Angel to cross the line in third here in a couple of moments' time for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. And he's coming across the line here in a couple of moments' time, but the battle continues here between Ibarra and Roberts. This is a big championship implication if Ibarra can finish ahead of Tyler Roberts, and hope for it to swing his way. But Maui Angel crossing the line in the 3rd spot. Carson Berry across the line in 4th. Ibarra 5th. Duquette 6th. Tyler Roberts in 7th. Easton Cox crossing now in 8th. Mason Berry 9th. And this big battle here further back with Baldus and a couple of others. They go side by side and get together. Luke Cruz looking under the 2 of them. He's going to get a spot done there on Baldus, but can't get it done there on Hector Iturriaga. Unfortunately, Cruz finishing 12th. Baldus 13th. And across the line now, going to be Aldo Iturriaga and Amelia Gus Wonderley. So What a heat race did we just witness here, Xander. Rocco, what a heat race did we just witness here? And man, that was definitely a wild one. We saw the crossover point happen, but it's still not a dry racetrack. There's a very, very damp line on the front straightaway, and that's going to provide us with very different options, and we're going to go side by side into turn number 1. So that's also going to be another one of the big tells whenever we get down to it here in a couple moments time with 206 Senior.
Yeah, you definitely, if they go too wide through turn 1, the driver can definitely be put on a spot where he definitely doesn't want to be. But with a gamble like that, Nathan Golseth should probably go to Super Nats later on this year. I mean, what a fantastic race finish to Heat 1 there.
And that's, when you talk about Vegas, that's definitely what's probably next for Nathan Golseth after the Texas Sprint Racing Series gets wrapped up here. He started more or less a very fresh driver last year, his first year, and we didn't hear much from him. And then this year, he found himself obviously just on the edge of the top 10, looking to work his way up closer to the top 5. And then whenever you go to his home track in DKC, he walks the field in that final and puts himself in good positions at the Stars Championship Series, the United States Pro Kart Series, where he qualified on the front row alongside Sebastian Garzone. A big story for this kid, and I mean, it shows. It definitely shows. It's starting to show on the racetrack on the experience and everything that he's gained. And Xander said it 2 weeks ago. I don't think anybody's driven more than that kid this summer, but enough said about the KA Juniors. 206 Senior on the racetrack now. Everybody, from what we can see from our tower here, Rocco, on slick tires.
Yeah, slick tires, but you see some drivers still opt to put a little filter cover on their karts just in case, as one driver pulls off into the grass. That might be Alvarez del Castillo. No, it's Bamru, my mistake. Bamru pulls off of the racetrack, and he is out. Very, very disappointed. You see him kind of throw his hand in disappointment there, and very unfortunate start to his heat races. But now, as you have everybody else follow through for their warm-up lap, everybody seems to be on slicks, as you said. I see a few aluminum rims, but apart from that, I mean, after what they saw in that previous race, they definitely should be on slick tires, because you even saw a third driver take that gamble, and you saw Angel go all the way up into P3. So now, as they all line up for your Heat 1 race in 206 Senior, it'll be Bryce Frank joined on the front row, Truly Adams, Kelvin Ching, and Reagan Seville on row 2, Jacob Oliver and Jensen Harrell on row 3.
Then you go back to Paul Braden and Melson on row number 4, Afton Willender and Logan Fitz there Landon Fitz, on row number 5, running up your top 10.
Bamru was in 11th place, but now he's out of this race as you see them all pull in. I was getting ready to call the start, but I forgot that we're actually starting off in turn 5, so Bamru, unfortunate to be out of this race. Kilgo is going to take up his spot, or to slot down in the line to take P11 or so, with McLeod joining him on that row. So we have a few more corners to go. You see them already starting to queue up. And like we said, your top 4 is going to be Adams, Frank, Reagan, and Ching. And we'll see if they can pull away from the rest of this field now as they round the final few corners. You see Jacob Oliver there. You see Jensen Harrell, another very fast driver. So this is the first heat. This is the first thing we've seen with drafting involved. We'll see if anybody can keep up with these fast 4 here, or should I say fast 5. So down, they're going real slow, very slow start from Bryce Frank here. He wants to really get the benefit off of that clutch. And, some drivers with good clutch setups will like to actually roll slowly through these starts. So we'll see who gets the advantage. Truly ready, though, looking down to the left, trying to see Bryce's foot. And I think Reagan goes out really far to the outside. Unfortunate. Oh, my goodness.
The rain is completely falling right now, Rocco. Everything is about a hole has been blown throughout this heat race. And you see the rain start to pick up here. Very, very wild start to this race. The Kart Republic leads. Jacob Oliver goes to the lead for about a quarter, and everybody else working their way through. The 673 has gotten up there. McLeod has gone through. Oliver going to the bottom of the racetrack to defend now. But what a wild start to this heat race. Everybody goes around in turn number 8. He goes around, and we'll see if he can get out. But what a wild start to this heat race here, Rocco. Carter Kilgo goes off the racetrack as well.
You saw Jensen Harrell kind of give a hand back to Jacob Oliver, told him to slot back in. But they are definitely racing now, so Jacob didn't want to give it up and ended up paying the ultimate price for it, as you see somebody send it down almost 3 wide on the inside for that lead.
Melson gets through there on the, not Melson,
oh my
on the TB kart, one driver able to get ahead of the rest. That looks to be Ryan Long there. All these drivers started 13th and back. Fitz as well started back in 14th, and they find themselves in the lead of this race and almost wet. Nobody has those. You have to think 2 drivers go around here at the front. McLeod and what looked to be long there as well. Jacob Oakes was up to third. Jacob Oakes leads this race now, Rocco.
This is crazy. Everybody's seeming to be on slick tires. So this race is, we're losing drivers in every corner now. There's Truly Adams. He was, oh my goodness. You have Oakes now dropping a tire and losing a position to Harrell and his teammate of Willender there. So Truly Adams still trying to hold on. Oakes losing more positions there. There's Bryce Frank as well. Our leaders are starting to catch back up to your front. So we'll see what, there's a Reagan Seville as well. So they're all starting to collect it back up. We'll see if Truly Adams can make a move on Fitz there. I think he can. So now into P2, that is Truly Adams.
This is the craziest start to a 206 heat race that I think we've ever seen before. Frank is able to get back up to third after finding himself off the racetrack in turn one. Seville already up to fifth. Everybody on slick tires, but again, you have to think who has to cover on their air filter on their engine. F1 driver goes around Fitz. Frank looking to avoid him. He's in the grass, and Fitz not happy. The 646 off the racetrack there, and he might be beached. Looking to push it out there onto the racetrack there, but your new leader, Afton Willender, going to lead us away here, and not for long, because here comes Truly Adams on the inside of turn number 11. He's able to get through, but man, I feel like I have to catch my breath here in this one, Rocco. It's been a wild start to this one so far.
Yeah, and you saw Willender get overtaken by those two drivers. He's definitely just wanting to work for it now, but in these kind of conditions, what kind of work can you do together? As you have Reagan now go down the inside of Truly Adams, takes a very narrow line, but doesn't wash wide. A very good move there from Reagan Seville. Truly Adams now still following closely. They're all falling back now. You have Kelvin Zing in third. You can see the rain pouring down now. It is raining bullets on these drivers as Truly Adams sends it back down the inside and loses the grip and goes around into turn 3. Unfortunate from Truly Adams. Reagan Seville now holding that lead. Kelvin Zing, a driver that we've seen, very, very promising driver who sneaks up when you least expect it. And there he is now to the lead of the race. A driver out as well. So Reagan Seville trying to motion. A lot of hand signals telling people not to overtake here, but they forget that we're under racing conditions. They're going to make overtakes. They're going to get around you. So all you can do now is fend for yourself. Kelvin Zing and Kelvin makes a mistake, and you have Reagan even get back down on the inside.
Yeah, and again, you have to think Reagan Seville, a much taller driver. He can really move that go-kart throughout the corners, and Kelvin a lot smaller here, but you look at the cameras, there's we're racing with slick tires here in this race, and just for Seville to be able to move that kart the way he can is definitely going to fall into his benefit, but it's been wild so far up to this point. Still green flags in the air, and obviously with the air filter covers on, no damage to these engines, but it's just going to be whoever didn't wear that wetsuit definitely didn't make the right call there. But Kelvin Zing and Reagan Seville fighting it out here. It could be a championship for the AR Academy and a championship for the Trackside Karting Services GMCs. Seville just needs to keep it on the racetrack here, but Zing doing a really good job here in the rain.
Yeah, Willender and Harrell, two teammates, making moves, or should I say making progress. As you see, Harrell, he fell back quite a bit in the start, but he's all the way back into P3 after getting around his teammate, and he has a lot of pace here. We see him catching back up to your front two leaders here. You see him throw his head down. He's pumped up. He's ready to go, and he's catching up to Kelvin Zing. So we'll see at the end of this race what they can do. We have a minute plus 2 laps to go as Kelvin sends it down the inside on Reagan Seville and gets the position.
What a move there by Kelvin Zing to send it on the inside there in turn number 5, and he was able to get through, but this is where Seville is really strong. Drop the low-speed corners, he can really get the grip whenever he moves his body to the sides and help that GFC out of the corners, and you see it now. He has a lot of grip there on the inside. He's able to get through, and they're going to go side by side here on exit. Looks like Seville is going to clear Zing there, but they continue to fight on the inside for Kelvin Zing. He retakes the lead of this race and needs to be careful with how wide he goes. You see how busy Kelvin Zing is on their steering wheel. They wheel bang there on the exit all the way down to turn number 8. Seville at the bottom, Kelvin Zing at the top of the racetrack, and they're all just trying to hold on to it here. Seville thinking better, gonna slot back right behind Kelvin Zing, but absolutely insane, this 206 heat race so far.
What a good race we have right here. We're seeing switchback after switchback on every corner. At the beginning of this race, we dropped so many drivers, and now only a few masters of the rain are able to fight it out in the front. So we have 10 seconds. Are they going to get the 2 sticks this time by? We'll see. With that added chicane, it's a bit more time to get to that finish line. So we'll definitely get the 2 sticks to go this time by. Reagan gets back down the inside on Kelvin Zing. A little mistake there. So they're just swapping positions left and right, and now a new unknown variable on the scene. Jensen Harrell gives a thumbs up to Kelvin Zing there to move forward. So we'll see what happens in these final 2 laps? Reagan with the advantage, though, in the lead.
Yeah, Reagan with the advantage here. These 2 drivers have been switching that lead position all race long as Carter Kilgo goes off there in the background. Still very tricky out here on the racetrack. Hayden Wolf, he's up to 5th. And update on Bryce Frank, your championship points leader. He's in 6th, but again, it is going to take a swing in the favor of Reagan Seville here after this heat race. And there goes Zing, sending it on the inside there on turn number 5. He's able to get clear. What a move there by Kelvin Zing on that MGM to get through on the Fleming-powered Trackside Karting Services GMC. They're going to go side by side here into turn number 6. Zing going to look to hold on to it, just not the same amount of grip that Seville had the lap before. And Jensen Harrow just standing by in the 3rd spot. He's able to pick up the leftovers and go up to 2nd.
Yeah, they're battling, trying to find grip anywhere they can. You saw Kelvin get grip on the inside to get back around Reagan, but Reagan with that outside run to get, or the pass around the outside on Kelvin. Kelvin had to worry about 2 things. He didn't want to wash out and hit Reagan. As you see now, you saw Kelvin pull out, get very loose there. But Jensen Harrell now with that P2 position, they're coming down with 1 more lap to go. This time by with Reagan now pulling a bit away from these other 2. So you know, in these wet conditions, you're really just testing with the lines and experimenting, trying to figure out where the grip is. And the one driver doing the best of it right now seems to be Reagan. But now Kelvin wants to get that position back on Harrow. He sends it deep on the inside of turn 11 there. Can't get the exit. And Harrow now pulls a gap on Kelvin Zing.
Yeah, Harrow going to be able to pull away just a little bit. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go left in this race. And it looked like Frank was able to get ahead of Caden Wolf that time by, so he's going to go up to the 5th spot when he crosses the stripe here shortly. But it was wild. The rain has definitely calmed down now, but it was definitely pelting down at the beginning of this race. And for everybody who's standing on the fence line, the rain dance continues. And if you have slicks on your go-kart, change them back to wets, because it's a very, very damp racetrack out there. And Zing looking to get back ahead of Jensen Harrell. They're going to go side by side. Harrell's going to be on the outside. Zing is able to get clear on the exit of 5.
Yeah, Zing now with that P2 position got it right back around. Harrell's going to look back on the inside. Can't do anything about it right there into turn 6. So we'll see what happens. We have a half a lap left to go. Kelvin looks over his shoulder at Harrell to see where he is. He has about a car length and a half on Harrell there. As you see how hard he's working that wheel through these wet weather conditions. You saw how smooth the hands were of Nathan Golseth in slick in mixed conditions. But now that it's so much more wet and just slick on the racetrack now, you really have to work your hands and try to work that kart through these corners and be very aggressive. Usually in the wet weather, it's the driver who takes the most risk and is the most aggressive through these corners. And one driver who can do about anything, be smooth, aggressive, whatever you want, is Reagan Sevilla. Now as he comes through the final few corners of this racetrack, you saw what kind of heat race we just had, one of chaos. And the only one of the top 5 to come out on top is Reagan Seville. So your points, well, I wouldn't say points leader, but oh my gosh, Harrell at the wrong time spins around, may still be able to salvage 4th unless Bryce comes around and takes that position, as he actually has popped his visor up with that tinted visor. He couldn't see much in the weather, so he definitely probably was wiping his eyes throughout that race, Caleb.
Yeah, he was definitely doing so in that one. Harrell, unfortunately, just crossed the line there further back in 5th. Truly Adams as well further back, and everybody else crossing the finish line now. But what a wild race we had. Multiple race leaders at one point in this one, Rocco. That was wild, and a lot of pickup getting set to come your way here. That was the first of your 2 marquee classes here this weekend on Section Racing Series. Your 2 of 16 years done and dusted. Round 1 goes to Reagan Seville. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years, and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Well, welcome back after this short delay that we just had here in the action. A pause after some lightning in the area set us back 30 minutes. And in the meantime, we've changed it up a little bit up here. Jake Faulkner joining us from the racetrack up here. I know you're going to watch your dad for probably the best seat in the house here. Here in the booth alongside me here, Jake. But I know he has a lot of work to do in this heater. So what's any advice, I guess, that you gave him before he even went out and put his cart down on the grid?
I honestly just told him to keep him on the track on this soggy Saturday, Caleb.
There you have it.
It's rough out there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely rough. And I know you have some special names. It's usually Savage Saturday or Savage Sunday or
Silly Saturday.
Silly Saturday, but it's Soggy Saturday for this weekend, isn't it? Cool. So what's tomorrow going to be?
We don't know until tomorrow.
Okay, you don't know until.
I'll let you know.
All right, yeah. We'll check back in with Jake tomorrow so he can let us know. But a very wet racetrack here in this first heat race for your K8 Masters. Kyle Walter looks set to start on the pole position alongside Miguel Mir. Evan Kozak, after he changed an axle just 15 minutes before they had to head out onto the racetrack. That SLA kart racing team all coming together to help Evan Kozak change an axle and find that last little bit of pace that he needed to take the fight up to Miguel Mir. And then the Mustache Man starting fourth alongside Kozak there on the outside. Pergande starting on row number 3, starting in 5th. Pierce Baldus starting alongside him in the 6th. You go back to Brent Harper, Randall Rogers, and you go to Thane Morgan and Daniel Howie, your top 10 starters. Tyson Knight and Anna Kozak on row number 6. Scott Cherry and Kogan Wright on row number 7. Janae Din and Neil Faulkner are co-announcers, very own father starting row number 8. Keithan Hutchins and Adamar Caligaro on row number 9. Shane Burkett and Tam Nguyen, your field here, your 20 drivers getting set to take the green flag here. But we look on as Kyle Walter gets set to take us to the green. It's going to be a wild race, to say the least, but green flag in the air. Miguel Mir around the outside looking to get a move done, as well as Howie there, who's had a good start for the TB Kart South team, but already off to an even better start. The high-five performance of Kyle Walter here, Jake.
Yeah, it's certainly getting going out there. A lot of action going on. We saw a few races earlier in the day where it's sort of the similar conditions. We see one driver going around there. Who is that?
Evan Kozak. Unfortunately, that axle change just couldn't keep him from spinning here in turn number 8. So all that hard work just kind of thrown away here. Unfortunately there for Kozak, to find himself going around here early in this one. So Kozak with a lot of work to do, but Morgan LeBaron goes sideways there. You see all those drivers in turn number 11 just fighting on that steering wheel. How tricky is it, Jake, to I guess have a slick setup and then switch it all over to the wet tires and try and get used to a changing racetrack?
It's certainly very difficult. I was just out there 5 minutes ago helping my dad switch up. I think we switched like 2 sets of tires just then. And there are some people, like you said, changing an axle, and we'll see if he can recover back up the field. But it's certainly getting to be difficult for these drivers.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very hard for everybody to kind of get used to the track and to the ever-changing conditions. But you're a guy that has a lot of laps around a place like Amarillo Kart Complex. Is Miguel Mir, another driver who has a lot of laps, gives the bumper there to Morgan LeBaron, and they get together as now Miguel Mir going to start to adjust on the needles here as they go into turn number 6. As LeBaron not able to get through, and Pierce Baldus able to stay ahead, but these drivers still fighting for the 3rd spot, and Mir, the main championship, I guess, contender here with Pierce Baldus, and a good drive for your dad as well, inside of the top 10.
Oh, really?
Early on in this one. So, yeah, he's had a good start, but I mean, you see the adjustment there by Mir. I don't know if that air filter cover came off or what went on there for Mir, but you see him just struggling, and he goes around there in turn number 8. Unfortunate there for Miguel Mir, and gets himself back onto the racetrack. Like we were saying earlier here, Jake, how hard is it, and how long does it take for this racetrack to start to dry up with the changing conditions and switching from slicks to wets?
Well, honestly, Caleb, we haven't had a lot of wet running here over the years. I've certainly been here ever since TSRS started coming. I think we've had 1 or 2 sessions where it's been like that, but the track has typically dried up very quickly, and it seems like it's not acting that way today. So obviously something different that a lot of drivers have to get used to.
Yeah, definitely going to be one of the biggest things for all these drivers to start to get used to, as
in the back.
Miguel Mir spins around again there. Good catch, Jake. Unfortunate there for Miguel Mir, who is in 2nd in the championship points, and his main rival in Pierce Baldus now falling under fire to Howie, the first of the TB Kart South team. Teammates working their way through this field. They're Faulkner off another spot up in a 9th. Kogan right as well, up a couple to get up into the 8th spot as Aldous now side by side with Howie looking to defend. He's able to hold on to it. Pergande is your race leader. Is that? No, that's Brent Harper there, sorry. That was the driver in second who goes around in the Kart Republic. The privateer around just pitting with Randy Rogers here this weekend. Unfortunate there for Brent Harper to go around from the 2nd spot.
Yeah, certainly. As you can see, a lot of the changing conditions are throwing off these drivers who are professionals. They've been out here a long time, these old guys.
I wouldn't say, well, I guess you can say they have been out here a long time. And you know from experience, your dad's been racing for quite some time. How long has your dad actually been behind a steering wheel and been racing?
I believe he started when in his 20s, so about 30 years ago now in England. So he's actually used to these wet conditions, which is why he's showing good pace here right now.
Yeah, and did any of that translate to you, that wet weather experience? Did any of that translate to you?
We don't have to talk about that.
All right, well, it was a genuine question there, but Jake doesn't seem too confident going into his soggy Saturday first heat race later on today. So, well, I mean, maybe you can learn a little bit from the old man and try and get it done. I know a new lid for you this weekend as well. I'll be good to kind of try and get quicker as the weekend goes on as well. No?
Only up from where I'm at. So.
Hey, last the first challenge, like you said,
Amen,
right?
brother.
So last the first challenge for Jake Faulkner later on in the day, but a couple of his teammates, I guess you could say, with the TB Kart South drivers working their way through. Howie, who we first saw him out here in Amarillo a couple of weeks ago for the IKF Grand Nationals, having a good showing so far this weekend, as well as a couple of others. And there goes Morgan LeBaron, who goes around. He was in second. There goes Kozak, who goes around again. Harper able to work his way through, but man, unfortunate for these drivers who are up there. One of the high fives and one of the Kart Republics, and there goes Neil Faulkner, and I see you happy about that and cheering a couple of more spots gained there for your dad, Jake.
Yep, there you go. He's working his way through. Once again, a lot of these drivers are struggling. And it looks like a lot of the main championship contenders have taken a little bit of a beating from just their own mistakes here. But I'm sure they'll be working on that and try to improve.
Yeah, no, definitely. For a lot of these drivers, going to definitely try to improve as the weekend continues to go on. But for Kyle Walter, hasn't looked back since he got to the lead of the race. Pierce Balda sits in 4th with Pergande, your DKC race winner, further back. And this is the battle just on the edge of the top 10 there with Kozak and Morgan LeBaron as well. LeBaron in 7th here, Kozak just getting set to cross the line now, 9th and 10th. So here comes Morgan LeBaron now. He sits in just about the 8th spot, still holds on to it. Kozak 9th, Neil Faulkner right behind him in 10th, and win your top 11. For Janae Din still in 12th, Hutchins 13th, Randy Rogers 14th, and Anna Kozak 15th. Miguel Mir still out on the racetrack, but he currently sits in 16th. 2 spins have definitely not helped his tally here, or his points haul, to say the least, here in this heat race, as he comes in this weekend looking for a championship, and just going to put him on the back foot here, to say the least, as everybody adjusting on the needles there. And what are you really looking for whenever you get in the rain, whenever you go to adjust on the needles here, Jake?
Honestly, I just try to keep it on track the best I can. You know, you have to adjust as it comes, and a lot of the time you adjust like lap after lap, and it changes every single time depending on if you're following someone in the spray and all that stuff. So it gets complicated, but some people, almost went around David Howie there.
Yeah, so everybody still going around for Howie, but again, that's one of the interesting things as well as we get into the final lap. Just adjusting and making those adjustments either on the needles or with the driving and you know, having a different line than the driver ahead of you. That's also one of the biggest keys whenever you get into a race like this as well. 2 laps to go, so we'll fix that timing screen on the left-hand side. But 2 laps to go left in this race as Kyle Walter further up the field and definitely pulling away here in this one. So a good job there by Walter for Kozak to recover up into the 9th spot as well. And when you look at lap times, I mean, everybody kind of running similar lap times from second on back, but Walter in a zip code of his own, a 128.695 to put himself within a good shot here at a good points haul in this one. Not in the championship battle, but still definitely looking for some hardware here at Amarillo Kart Complex this weekend for the High Five Performance team. And a lot of these drivers from High Five, a big background in road racing. I know you probably don't have much experience in road racing, if any, but it is a different discipline, to say the least, than sprint racing, than what we see here week in and week out. They have more long straightaways, and they're on the top end a lot more. Here's a lot of braking and very technical. And this is, again, this racetrack has changed just a little bit. I know you didn't have much practice yesterday on the Friday, but how different is the racetrack than what it was a couple of weeks ago when you were here for the IKF Grand Nationals?
Well, obviously the major change is the new corners that we have added that he's just going through now. But the rest of the track, it feels great, and luckily those corners, it just matches the flow of the track perfectly. It didn't take me too long to adjust, at least. So I know for some other drivers, it definitely did not take them long either.
Yeah, no, and understandable, right? Especially with a driver like yourself. You actually qualified on the front row the last time you were out here in 2023 on your comp cart, if I could remind you. So a lot of people were saying it was going to be a Jake Faulkner Legacy weekend this weekend as well. But I guess what was the biggest struggle point for you in qualifying? I know you had some issues there.
Well, first of all, I came into the weekend. I missed all of practice yesterday, and I got 5 laps in the warm-up this morning. And then unfortunately on the out lap, I just popped a chain right in the final hairpin there and didn't even get a lap in for qualifying. So last to first it is.
Yeah, and that's a big ask. No last to first, but a driver who it's definitely not been that way. Here's Kyle Walter starting from the front of his group, starting at the front of this class, and he hasn't had to make any moves throughout this heat race, but Pregande definitely closing down now just a little bit. He was just 2/10 slower and getting closer to the laps on that Walter's putting down, but for Kyle Walter, hasn't struggled one bit to put himself well within a shot of a good points haul this weekend, and well within a shot of Amarillo Kart Complex winning at this new revamped track with these last 2 corners. But Walter going to round him out and going to take heat race number 1 to his name. Round number 1 in heat racing action goes to Kyle Walter in the High Five Performance Machine. Pregande the next to cross the line here shortly, and indeed he does. Your DKC, your most recent winner here in qualifying action. You go back to Pierce Baldus, the championship points leader, with Enamar Caligaro, Howie, Kogan Wright, Brent Harper getting set to cross the line here shortly in 7th. Kozak as well is there, and then everybody else cycling their way through. With this being said, took a quick commercial break as we'll wait for your dad across the line here in 10th. A good showing for him to finish inside of the top 10 in a 20-driver field. But take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action getting set to come your way.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
definitely putting them out of contention here for the rest of this race. A good TB Kart South contention here in the 206 heavy class as well, with Balaj, Hester, Roddy, and Christopher White, who unfortunately sits last in the order after issues for him early on in this race. So unfortunate there, but everybody else still able to hold on to it there, as Gomez now falling under fire to Nick Miller. He's going to look to make a move there into the hairpin in turn 6. We'll see if Miller is able to get clear here in a couple of moments, and he wasn't, so he's going to stay in second.
Yeah, Madison Knox very far up ahead, about 5 seconds ahead of this group right here, so she's pretty comfy up in that P1 position for your 206 heavy class. But second on back, fighting very heavily right now for those final few top 3 positions now. As we look still on this end of this battle right here, you see this drivers take a little bit of a different line to your 206 juniors. They decided to hold that outside line. You saw RJ doing what the juniors are doing earlier, which is hold the inside, the middle of the track on that specific portion of the racetrack, just because the racing line seems to have a little bit of a flooding going on, a little bit more standing water than the middle of the track does. So they're just trying to get as much grip as they can going down those straights and try to reduce the chance of hydroplaning. Now we look back, Chris White on your screen there, being caught by the 206 juniors, I believe. So he's going to pull over to the side very responsibly, let the drivers by, looking over his shoulder still, trying to make sure everybody's clear. You see one driver holding the fuel cap, or no, the filter cap, my mistake, on his go-kart. Maybe
Green there. Green, the TB kart holding on to that filter cap there. It could have come loose, so he's looking to hold on to it. Looks to be all right, but again, if it does come off, it would be better just to bring it into the pits and not waste an engine there, because it could flood there, Rocco, with all the water getting into it. And again, the rain just picking up and getting stronger and stronger here today. And this is not what you expect from Amarillo, Texas. We're almost out here in the desert, Rocco, and it's been a while since it's probably rained out here. And this weekend, obviously, whenever racing action comes out here, Mother Nature definitely going to provide us with a wrench with things.
Yeah, definitely. As you see now, Nick Miller on our screens just kind of faded down to the inside of Gomez there. So potentially a move for that P2 position. But definitely, as you said, they do not want to suck any water into those motors. This is only Heat 1. You have the rest of the weekend to go. You want to be careful about that and hold on to that motor. As the rain is getting extremely heavy right now, we have the white flag this time by, so your juniors come across the line to take the white flag, the final lap now, up in the, Madison Knox has made a mistake. She's behind Nick Miller now, so the leader is actually Gomez. Gomez far up in front, ahead of Nick Miller, Knox, and more. So, a shakeup in your heavy class. Gomez into the lead.
Heavy rain continue to downpour. You can't even see the bottom of these go-karts there as Miller puts his hand in the air. They're going to let Madison Knox through. Ramke's going to get through. A good move there by Christopher Ramke. Nick Miller's into the pits. Issues for Nick Miller here in the first heat race. The Maverick Gomez goes around there. He was the driver in the lead of this race. It's now going to fall into the hands of Christopher Ramke and Madison Knox. We're going to fight their way all the way to the checkered flag here in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, definitely. And as we could check in maybe on our 206 juniors, actually, Arana is pretty far up in front, so there's not much happening in the 206 junior class. It's the shortest, this is the closest battle we have on track, so my mistake. Madison Knox now with that early mistake, so she's trying to fight off, as you said, Ramke there. She lost the position to 2 drivers up in front, but then Nick Miller and Gomez both made mistakes or pulled off of the racetrack, so Knox gifted that lead back from Ramke there. Half a lap left to go, and Ramke seems to be kind of giving up on that pursuit now, as you see him wipe his visor and even pop it up a little bit. It might be fogging up as well. So, reduced vision there, as you see Arana now go across the lead, come across the line to win Heat 1 in the 206 junior class.
Tracy going to cross the line in second. Maui Angel looks to be the next up to cross the line in third here. One driver goes around there in the back. Mia Johnson almost gets collected. That was Green there, the TB Kart South driver who went around. And we look back with the battle further back with your 206 heavies. They're getting set to go into turn number 11 here. And again, that battle for the lead was definitely ramping up between Knox and Ramke as they continue to fight here in this one. They're in turn number 8 now and continue to fight here as you look on. And Christopher White, the driver that's getting lapped there. But Madison Knox, a good race for her. And again, popping the visor for her as well. Visibility is really low as then Christopher Ramke, he goes around in turn number 11. Christopher White went around as well. Ryan Gomez is back up to second. What a wild heat race here in 206 heavy. Madison Knox takes the win in Heat 1. Across the line next, Ryan Gomez, Christopher Ramke. They go side by side. It's going to go to Gomez. Ramke third, but What a wild race. What a wild return to racing action here, Rocco.
Yeah, we always love a bit of rain action. It definitely switches it up and gives us some switch ups. So it comes across the line, throws the hands up in celebration there. So your finishing positions in the 206 junior class will be Arana, Tracy, Angel, Ramirez, Johnson, and Green. Green upset after making that mistake in the final corner and finishing last in this class.
We'll take a quick commercial break here on our side. We're quite on the airwaves. We'll come back. More racing action set to come your way. It's all going to kick off here after our commercial break with your 206 cadets. We'll be right back. Let's do a commercial break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Well, welcome back. Your 206 cadets out on the racetrack now, and a wild 206 heat racing action that we just saw there, Rocco, with your 206 heavies and your 206 juniors was insane. And, you know, everybody in the live chat as well saying some great racing as well with the spray and everything else going on out there on the racetrack. And indeed, very, very good racing to say the least. But we go on with your 206 cadets. Tanner Barsh, the driver's going to lead them on to the starting grid order. Tyler Morwick going to be the driver to start alongside him. Dean Guerrier on row number 2 with Dutch Westbrook on alongside him starting 4th.
On row number 3, it'll be Aston Wyatt and Marshall Steves. Row 4 will be Theo Mitchell and Benjamin Osborne. Row 5 will be Dusty Strayer and Wyatt White.
And you go to Simon Jack Klein and Brennan Barsh on row number 6. Tyler Blackwood and Jensen Willander on row number 7. You know, Angelis Vargas starting 15th on our lonesome there on the factory kart machine. So we'll see how this race pans out and how it continues to go on. But yellow flags up in the air, trying to get everybody to slow down here in this one. Yeah, it's going to be a wild race, to say the least, here, Rocco. And we look on and give you the honors to call the start here for this amazing 206 today race that's about to go on.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, we still have wet conditions, so, you know, I'm expecting some really good races that we had in the past. You know, in the 206 senior class, we had drivers side by side, getting loose, hydroplaning while side by side with each other. So I'm hoping that we can get some pretty exciting racing here now in this 206 cadet class as we have everybody round the final few corners. They got to get through this little right-left chicane area, and then we will start down into turn 6. So your pole setter, Tanner Barsh, joined alongside with Tyler Morwick and more. You got Garrier and Westbrook. And Westbrook, one of our quickest drivers we have here, starting in that second row. With this wet conditions, we'll see what he can do in this Heat 1. You got the starter right there, ready to throw the green or the yellow, judging off of what he sees. So if he likes what he sees, he'll definitely throw it. And it's green, and we're racing. So we'll see what happens into turn 6 here now. So Barsh easily taking that lead. Aston Wyatt falling into 3rd there. You have Westbrook getting back into 5th place. So all these drivers still a very good start from everybody. It seemed pretty clean except for one driver. It looked like Theo Mitchell was able to, my mistake. He made a little bit of a mistake and fell back some. So one driver maybe a little bit too unfortunate of a start there, but your top 4 tightly knit right now in this wet weather race. As Aston Wyatt now with a good exit of that corner. Now is side by side, got one position, is now trying to take the lead from Tanner Barsh there. And same with Garrier and Morwick as well. They're all still following very closely. You see Barsh look over his shoulder there and still holds on to that P1 position.
Yeah, still holding on, and these kids are absolutely pushing the limits here in this one, trying to find a good piece on the racetrack where they can find enough grip to catapult themselves out of the corner, but not going to be enough here for Barsh. They're going to go side by side with Aston Wyatt over the puddle. You see Barsh just hydroplating there and moving over to crowd Aston Wyatt. He's going to force his way through in turn 1. He's able to get clear, and these are your 2 championship contenders here, as well as Morwick, who finds himself in the battle, and Dutch Westbrook in this one as well. But everybody else single file line. Aston Wyatt, your new leader. We'll see what Barsh can do. On the inside, looks to get clear, sends it deep on the brakes. He gets clear in that CRG MSL machine.
It was a good help from Warwick there. Garrier was trying to contest Barsh for that 3rd place position as they came through turn 1 and got a big push to get that 2nd place position. Now he's working on your leader of Aston Wyatt. They're side by side coming through turn 6, still side by side. We'll see if Aston Wyatt can try and hang it around the outside where there might be a little bit more grip or even get the over-under. Tanner Barsh with the lead now for a moment as we see Aston Wyatt go up to the outside of the corner again. So they're just making switchbacks right here. We're going to see who finds the grip through this corner. Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt still closely knit. They're pulling a little bit away from Warwick and Garrier here. They're still definitely within shouting distance, so they could catch right back up depending on what happens as Garrier now kind of slots into the inside of Warwick to take P3 and then thinks better of it, slots back to the inside. Smart move from Garrier there because they don't want to fight right now when they're so close.
Tanner Barsh had went way wide there in turn number 8 and lost 3 spots in the process. Aston Wyatt, Dean Garrier, Tyler Morwick, all able to get through. Barsh finds himself down in 4th there, Rocco.
Yeah, unfortunate mistake from Tanner Barsh. Thankfully, though, he was able to get right back up and underway. And as you can see through all the spray, very faintly, you can see Dutch Westbrook start to catch up to these top 4. Another driver who's just as quick, if not a little bit quicker from what we've seen earlier today. We'll see what he can do with the top 4 in front. Aston Wyatt still holds that lead. Morwick in P2. You see Garrier getting a little loose there on braking, but seems to hold it and get a pretty good exit still, even then. So Tanner Barsh following closely in P4. So they're all going to try and hold on to this lead there as you see Aston kind of fade low to the inside, maybe trying to get some more grip as Morwick spins around and Tanner Barsh has to go around him, get in the grass. So he loses a lot of time to Garrier there. He has Westbrook there to probably help work with him forward, but unfortunate for both Tanner Barsh and for Garrier there. My mistake, not Garrier, for Morwick.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Tyler Morwick to go around in that corner, and definitely not what he needed. So Barsh is back up into the 3rd spot. Westbrook up to 4th. But man, it's been wild. The tricky conditions have definitely thrown a wrench at things when it comes to racing action, when it comes to the mechanics on the fence line as well. Trying to help their drivers out here this weekend. It's been a wild, wild race all the way up to this point, and it gets even wilder as Dutch Westbrook goes around there in the 4th spot. And even more change up here as Dusty Strayer, the rookie, he's up a couple, up to 6 now.
Yeah, Dusty Strayer doing a great job in these wet weather conditions to hold himself in the midfield. He came from Kid Kart, so he's definitely learning very quickly in these cadet classes. Good to see another driver. I think I saw one driver go off right in front of Theo Mitchell there. That might have been Vargas. So Theo might make a position there, get up into P11. Still up in front, Garrier and Aston Wyatt tightly close together. pulling a little bit away from the rest. You see Tanner Barsh there, though, starting to make a little bit of ground. We had another few drivers. We had Westbrook catching up to these lead pack right here, but then we just saw him unfortunately spin around Morwick further back. He also made a mistake. Bit far for a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go, maybe. But you never know. If these leaders up in front start to fight, he could catch right back up, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. It's all going to come to play here in a couple of moments' time when we get to that white flag. A minute and a half to go left in this one. Aston Wyatt still your leader. Gearier's up to second. Tanner Barsh is definitely still in play here, closing down the gap in the third spot. Looking to get closer. Gearier looks like he has a good run there on the exit of 5. Coming in a 6. Not going to be close enough for now. I'm going to have to wait behind Aston Wyatt, and the rain continuing to pick up here. More light getting shined on this racetrack, but we're very, very far away from slick tires here, Rocco.
Yeah, you saw Aston Wyatt try to point forward, but we're getting close to the final stages of this heat race, so I believe that Gearier will like to work with Aston Wyatt less and less, and then as I say that, he pulls down to the inside trying to take that lead. Aston Wyatt tries to kind of crowd him down to the middle, but Gearier with that position, will he make this corner? Will he have a good exit? We'll see. It's a decent exit for what he had to sacrifice on the entry, and he has that P1 position now from Aston Wyatt. That fighting, though, has allowed Tanner Barsh to catch back up to these two. You can see the rooster tails flying off those go-karts right now. It is still definitely wet out there, as you can see, and as Morwick now. Tanner Barsh to the inside of Aston Wyatt there. Morwick is going to catch up if they keep fighting like this, so it's really good for Morwick to be seeing this from P4. And as we look further back on, a few other drivers in the form of Theo Mitchell and Moore fighting for positions in the midfield. Mitchell all the way up into 7th now, fighting with Barsh and Moore. Brendan Barsh, my mistake.
Yeah, they continue to fight here. Theo Mitchell going to be the driver next up, and they still are right there. This is White not too far back. Brendan Barsh, the rookie in this field as well. And there you find Dutch Westbrook all the way back at 12th and continuing to lose a couple here in this field. A good drive up the field for Vargas. She's up into the 11th spot. Everybody else still fighting here. We'll see what Tanner Barsh can do after finding himself off the racetrack there early on in this race. It's been wild from start to finish, from green all the way to the checkered flag here. The next time they come around, going to be 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. And as Gearier pulls a little bit of a gap now to Tanner Barsh coming through these few corners, you can see that they're starting to spread out a little bit. So can Tanner Barsh answer to that? Can Aston Wyatt get around Tanner Barsh for P2? We're going to see. So we're coming down to the closing stages of this race. And through turn 8 now, you see Tanner Barsh working his wheels, working his hands on the wheel there to try and work his way back up to Gearier. But as you can see visually, he's pulling away. Gearier definitely with the advantage. We'll see what the gap is when he comes back around. It was half a second last time by. Could be even more now as he looks over his shoulder again to see where he is. It's looking good for Gearier right now if he can keep it together on this slick racetrack right now, as both Aston Wyatt is also kind of fading back. They're all evenly spread out, like I said. And we'll see what happens when they come to the 2 sticks to go this time by.
2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go left in this first heat race in 206 Cadet. And you see how busy Dean Gearier's hands are on that steering wheel, as well as Tanner Barsh. And the same goes for Aston Wyatt. And then this battle further back with the lead driver there is Willander in the Comcart machine, leading them away. Theo Mitchell there, bottom of the racetrack, looking to get ahead of Marshall Steves. Not close enough into turn 1 to get that move done. Brendan Barsh as well. The rookie's up to 8th. White's right behind him in 9th, and Westbrook is going to round up your top 10 here when they cross the start-finish line. Schrader now in 11th, but Steve really close to Willander on the inside there of 4. He's able to get clear, in 3. Now coming into turn 5, we'll see if Theo Mitchell can take advantage of these 2 drivers battling and catapult himself up closer to the top 5 here, Rocco.
Yeah, there's no other drivers out in front of these 3, so it definitely is just Theo Mitchell's game of how to get around these 2 drivers. You saw him wave Marshall Steves through on the front straight, as now Willander now gets around Marshall Steves there for the 5th place positions. But yeah, Theo definitely trying to play this out, think very hard about this Heat 1 race, because he let Marshall Steves through in turn 1 just to not slow themselves down in catching up Willander there. But now they're still all very close together. You see Willander throw his hand up. I'm not too sure what that was for. Hopefully there are no mechanical faults on that go-kart as of right now. We're coming into the closing stages of this race. This would be the worst time. I mean, any time in a race would be a terrible time to have a mechanical failure. But now he's slowing too. Marshall Steves now pulling alongside him. I wonder what's going on with that go-kart. A little bit of a top end difference between those two go-karts. So now we have the white flag, our leaders there, Garrier and Barsh, still a little bit of separation between those two, about 3 to 4 kart lengths. And as I say that and we pan side by side, there's a much bigger gap as I see Garrier with a really composed, posture. As I say that, he makes a little a slide to the outside right there. So still trying to hold on to that lead. He's looking pretty good right now. Just keep it together. If he can keep it together, Tanner Barsh will not catch back up.
Yeah, everybody doing a good job here. Garrier able to hold on to that lead spot. When you look at the lap times, a 136 for Team Garrier. Tanner Barsh, his last lap was a 135, so he was half a second quicker. Just has to be better than Garrier. Has to be better in the spots that Garrier's just a little bit stronger. So we'll see what Tanner Barsh can do here when they get to the checkered flag. Black and checkered in hand here, so we'll see how this one pans out. But Tanner Barsh just hasn't been able to really take the fight to Garrier in the closing stage of this one. Again, Barsh was in the lead of the race here early on, found himself off the racetrack earlier, and that set him back with a lot of work to do. But Garrier played it perfectly, played his cards out nicely. As long as he keeps it on the racetrack here in turn 11, 12, and 13, he should be good for a first heat race win of the weekend there for Dean, who's done a good job, like we said, Rocco, to hold on to it there. And nice and smooth into the last couple of corners. He gets the checkered flag, black and checkered in the air. Garrier takes heat race number 1. Tanner Barsh going to cross the line in second. Aston Wyatt going to round up your top 3. Tyler Morwick 4th. Marshall Steves, your top 5. Willander, Mitchell. And it all changes up here. It goes from Steves, Willander, Mitchell, White, Strayer, Barsh go back to 10th there. And White just now getting set to cross the line there on his Croc promotion cart there, and they cross the line here shortly. Mitchell's up to 6th. Willander up to 7th. Westbrook makes up a couple to go up to 8th after issues for him early on as well. Then you have White in 8th. Westbrook with a penalty there. What it looks like moving him further down into 10th, but he's going to work his way down the order. Coming up next, your KA seniors out on the racetrack here in a couple of moments' time. We'll be right back.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome back here to Amarillo Kart Complex, the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska, joining me here in the booth for this Cadet Heat race. Peyton Phillips, you're not out there on the racetrack, not racing this heat race. And again, just a little bit of intel for those at home that are watching along of why you aren't racing this first heat race in wet weather conditions.
Well, unfortunately, we're breaking in an engine this weekend, and the engine builder and me both came to the same point that there's really we're not going to gain anything. We're not in the championship. Yeah, a race win would be nice, but to save our stuff for Supernats is a whole lot smarter than waste it all here.
Yeah, so that being said, that's obviously why you're up here with us and joining us. And again, a good inside view for you and a good inside view for us on what it's like out there on the racetrack and what the new Amarillo Kart Complex has been like. So what can you say about this racetrack? Have you raced here in the rain in the past? And I know you obviously didn't do any wet weather sessions today. So what can you say about this? I wouldn't say drying racetrack because it's still wet and the rain's still coming down, but what can you say about the track?
I don't think we've ever come here and it's actually been like full-blown wet. This is for sure a first for everyone, and it's going to make it interesting. See who can find the lines the fastest with the new section as well. There is a curb on the inside, so we'll see if we're hitting it in the last turn, but we've never been here in the wet before. It's always sunny, dry, nice up here.
Yeah, big question marks as well coming in this one. So running you down your starting lineup, Aiden Rudolph, Truly Adams on row number 1, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Justin Music on row 2. It's a factory kart lockout of row number 3 with Billy Musgrave and Jake French.
Landon Skinner starting on the 7th position alongside JD Lamping. Cohen Summers following up along with Adrian Cruz.
Then you go back to Jonathan Biscoff, who had his fastest lap removed. He did qualify up there, I believe, in 2nd, so he's going to start in 11th alongside Nebraska's own Beckett Friesen. You go back to Joey Friend and Noah Zarsk on row number 7, Preston Pico and Dallas Dunlap on row number 8.
Bryce Frank, then followed by my teammate Ian Howe. Aiden Shabosky starting back there, good friend of mine. Xander Clements, our own kart chaser owner right there, boys. Yeah. We're going to see what he can do in the wet.
Yeah,
his teammate following alongside with Tyler Roddy.
And you go back to Ibrahim Din, starting 22nd. Again, Xander, a bigger guy, so he should be favored in the wet weather. So we'll see how he gets along as well in this heat race. You go back to Jensen Ahero, starting 23rd. Alex Pope, 24th. Piki Trejo, 25th. Wyatt Renfro, starting 26th. You go back to Addy Bamaru, the first of the Kart Racing Solutions drivers, starting alongside Kurt Goodson.
Sorry, I can't really see that. James Gooden, starting in the 29th position. Another TB driver and Jake Faulkner in 30th. Carter Knight in 31st. Joey Roussel starting in the 32nd position. He should also have a good race as well.
Yeah, he's as well another tall driver who we expect to work his way through the field. Issues for him in qualifying, unfortunate there. But Benjamin Egdroff starting 33rd. You go back to Drew Chapo, not here this weekend. And Remy Angel running up your field here. 34 drivers getting set to take the green flag in KA Senior. Again, you heard from Peyton. A lot of question marks when you come into this race. We haven't seen many races, if any races here in wet weather conditions while we have been live streaming or while you've been here as well. So big question marks for everybody, but who are you expecting to be quick in this wet weather? Because you have, I guess, an insider racing against all these guys week in, week out.
Of course, I think the first ones you go to are the older ones. Billy Musgrave, Jake French, they've been racing forever. If anyone's going to find the grip first, for sure it's them. And the factories always look good in the wet. I remember last year at the last round of TSRS, we didn't practice on Friday, but they opened the track in the wet, and the factory looked good, looked solid. And I even asked French after, and he said, yeah, lap times look good and all that. So those are the big ones I'm looking for. Of course, you're going to have the standards. Adrian Cruz has also always been fast in the wet. We'll see how Justin Music goes. Never seen him in the wet before, so it should be interesting on his side.
Yeah, and a couple of rookies as well who have been impressive all year long. Landon Skinner, who's getting the respect of you guys running up there inside of the top 10, top 5 as well, has been a podium contender all year long. Justin Music has put himself in the mix, starting 4th. A great qualifying for him in that Arcade Motorsports machine. And again, Beckett Friesen was impressive as well last time out of DKC to get himself up there. That was a new variable for all of us here in the booth. And he started off the year strong, qualifying on the pole at NOLA Motorsports Park, and surprised a lot of people. Surprised myself even for a rookie to find himself up there with that much pace in the opening round. So it's all getting set to go green here in a couple of moments. We're still waiting on a slight little delay, but it shouldn't be much of a holdup here. And again, we are just waiting on the weather to cooperate here. A little bit quiet on the airwaves here for a moment. When we get more information, we'll be right back with your KA Senior first heat race. Okay, seniors rolling out onto the racetrack now, and everybody gonna try and find a dry patch on the racetrack and a wet patch to start to heat up those tires. And again, when you think about tire pressure here, I'm assuming you're going high here for this wet weather. You want those tires to come in quite early to kind of get yourself through, but you also want to make these wet weather tires last the rest of the weekend. Again, we don't know what Heat 2 is going to be like. We are expecting rain though, Peyton.
Yeah, for sure. You would think high right now, but nobody's ever done this track in the wet. Maybe it's a one-off where the low tire pressures work. It's all new for every single one of us, every single team here. There's never been a wet session here even. This is all new. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and crazy that you say that. There's never been a wet session at this racetrack, and I think that might be true. The rain always seems to come when the weekend's over, and whenever you know we're set picking up everything and getting ready to close off the weekend. So we haven't had wet racing at Amarillo Kart Complex, and again, we're in the desert. A lot of people are surprised that we're getting this much rain and this much weather in the area. But I mean, for all of us here, and for you now as a spectator for the first heat race, and as I guess a commentator now for this heat race, it's interesting for us to see. And I know you're keeping as dry as you can, keeping the the wetsuit off and whatnot. But keeping your hands nice and warm, and all these guys have to go out there and fight for the championship. When you talk about it, Aiden Rudolph, that pole position really helped him out a whole lot, and Vasquez didn't have the qualifying that he would have wanted. So unfortunately there for Buddy, who's going to start right behind his main championship contender, Aiden Rudolph. So we'll see how this race starts here. But again, we are starting right in turn number 6. So Rudolph going to lead the field to green alongside Truly Adams. The young 14-year-old now has definitely been impressive as well. When we talk about rookies, this one has been really impressive. 34 drivers getting set to take the green flag here at Amarillo Kart Complex for the first heat race in KA Senior Racing action. Aiden Rudolph on the power. A good start there for the CRG Northern, and the two championship contenders get together. Vasquez moves Rudolph out of the way. He goes to the point of the field. Truly Adams is up to second. Landon Skinner going side by side there with Billy Musgrave. And Adrian Cruz with issues here already. He's slowing way down and going to get passed by almost the entire field here, Peyton.
Yeah, but props to all of them. They kept it on the track so far. As you can see, Truly is at him down the inside. He's looking for something. All the way to the inside goes one of the factory carts. Not a good start for Rudolph, but he's on the outside. He's going to keep the momentum. Something happened to Vasquez. An issue maybe, or just a little mistake on the exit of the corner. The championship contenders going side by side down the back straight through Billy Musgrave, following in tow.
This is exactly insane and absolutely what he needed. You talked about Justin Music, and he has been impressive already with just a couple of corners underway. He's able to get through. Vasquez goes back on Aiden Rudolph. Think about the championship here, ladies and gentlemen who are sitting at home and on the fence lines here. Vasquez, this would be a good swing for him in the points if he's able to finish ahead of Aiden Rudolph, who is behind by just 11. And he's going to lose another one there to a look to be Jake French and Skinner. So Rudolph falling down the order here in turn number 1. Vasquez is back up to third. Adams is in second, but Justin Music, he was a question mark for you, a question mark for us as well. He's able to get up there and fighting for the lead now. Vasquez going to shove him through. He goes to the point of the field.
You have two rookies right there, and Truly Adams and Justin Music. Of course they're going to fight for it. As you can see, Rudolph getting ahead of Jake French there. Let's see if he can catch the top 3. They're still side by side for second place here.
Justin Music able to get ahead of Truly Adams there after being in the lead of this race for just a couple of corners, one corner total. Vasquez shoved him right through and got himself to the lead of this race, and that's exactly what Vasquez needs to help himself out on the championship here. And Rudolph goes way off the racetrack, sends it way too deep there in turn number 7, goes off and going to fall under fire here to the first of the factory carts, and we'll look to be Biscoff there.
Yeah, and you can see Landon Skinner in the background had an issue as well. Justin Music gets a little bit hot into Vasquez's bumper, and he's off the track. Oh, he's tipped a wheel. Let's see if Truly has the momentum to go into the final proper hairpin on the track. Vasquez now with a healthy lead. Here comes Jake French, one of the veterans. Down the inside goes Truly Adams. No, he thinks better of it and slots right in the third.
Yeah, Truly Adams just didn't want to send it there in turn 11 to force the issue, and they still are bumper to bumper pushing each other along. You see those front bumpers already heavily damaged, and those, I guess, sticker kits as well that are heavily scuffed there. And a couple of the MSO drivers have worked their way up to 6th and 7th. A good drive up the field for Joey Friend and Cohen Summers. Friend is up 7 spots. Summers is up 2. So a good drive for them. And T-Motor and Jake French going through on another one of the factory car drivers there in Truly Adams. So one of the veterans, you said the old guys were going to be quick around here. Jake French has definitely been quick so far to start this one out as Adams washes out wide. Music looks to set up an over-under, not going to be close enough in there.
Yeah, these two are going for it right now. Two rookies in the senior field are trying to prove a point to each other. Who's better? As we head into the inner hairpin, so close to contact. Once again, fantastic work by Massimo Sanchez and the whole entire team over there. They've gotten their drivers way up the field in this first heat.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job. I mean, those two drivers didn't have the qualifying that they would have wanted, but we have seen Friend up there in the field in his first race with the MSO Racing crew, and doing a good job so far here in this one as more and more drivers get collected. Sawyer Roussel, the 960 there, the kid from NOLA, goes around in the back section as we follow along with these two CRG MSO drivers. They look to close down on the factory driver, Aiden Rudolph, who sits in 5th at the moment. Vasquez still leads the way by a 1.5 seconds ahead of Jake French, who looks to be closing in. Billy Musgrave, he finds himself down in 13th, lost 8 spots at the start of this race, looking to make up a couple. There he goes on Xander Clements. They're on the inside of 11. He gets clear. And again, a couple of the older guys fighting it out here with some younger guys all around them.
Yeah, but still, you can see Rudolph. He's had a good race. He got noob at the start, went off the track by himself, but he's still there in 5th and with a chance. I think potentially at 3rd at best, maybe 2nd if he gets through him fast, but it's not the end of the world for Rudolph. Like, in terms of the championship, yeah, he's going to take maybe a little bit of a knock, but it's not terrible. It could be a lot worse for him.
Yeah, no, definitely. He could be off the racetrack right now, Peyton, and that could be, the major debt for him in his championship hopes, and what's going to put him on the back foot. But qualifying on the pole going to help his case out. He's able to get ahead of Justin Music now. He goes up a spot, up to 4th here for the CRG Nordum driver. Now going to chase down Truly Adams, and again, post-race penalties could be underway here later on today, so that could also mix up some things further on, depending on what the stewards think of some of the moves made here in the field. But everybody else still out there, and Vasquez to hold on to this lead. It looks to be closing from Jake French. That battle for the lead. French went quickest last time by. He was 2/10 quicker than Jesus Vasquez Jr. A 125.531 for French and a 125.709 for Vasquez. And French looks really close as we go into turn number 11 and onto the main straightaway here, Peyton.
Yeah, I think if there's one person you're going to put your money on in the wet right now, is Jake French, one of the older guys in the field, but he knows how to get it done here. He's been racing forever now. Jake French absolutely running down. Oh, a little bit of contact maybe further back. No, they're all good, but Jake French has had a fantastic package this race. The pace has been phenomenal. He's gone through the field easily, and now he finds himself in a position to win the heat.
Yeah, and you also saw the difference in line there as well here for Jake French, kind of going tighter in some of the corners, and that's exactly why he's doing it. He gets clear, slides through on Jesus Vasquez Jr. We talk about a veteran. That was a veteran move by Jake French to get clear on Jesus Vasquez Jr., the young gun coming from California, looking to solidify a Texas Sprint Racing Series championship here this weekend. But again, Jake French drives off the racetrack, not going to help him out. Who it is going to fall into his lap, though. Aiden Rudolph now going to look to get himself up to 2nd, and that'll be the major save for him in his championship here. And Adams and Music, these two kids have been impressive so far in this heat race, and they continue to impress us here with more racing action. But again, just outside of the top 3, not going to help him out in Music. You see, kind of frustrated there with Truly Adams.
Yeah, they've been going at it. Oh, racing!
Wow!
To the back of him. Oh, that's
my! Truly Adams.
Truly Adams has decided he is not going to be nice to Justin Music anymore.
Yeah, that was as clear-cut as it comes there. Truly Adams just not even on the brakes. There goes Ibrahim Din off the racetrack. That was super close there. And again, just have to be careful there with Justin Music trying to push his go-kart back onto the racetrack. Very, very scary moment there, Peyton. But the racing action continues. Clements is up to just outside of the top 10. Sits in 11th here at the moment. He's made up a good number of spots. 9 spots gained there for Xander. So that's a good way to go out for one of your final races there, and showing his pace inside of the top 10 now, I should say. 10 spots gained there for Xander, and continuing to work his way through this field. And Team Owner against one of his drivers going side by side there. Billy Musgrave right next to Biscoff. The 911 goes a little wide, and again, the difference in line there is definitely suiting these older drivers, going a lot tighter through some of these corners, and that's kind of helping them get out of these corners just a little bit more, Peyton.
Yeah, but it's absolutely heartbreaking for Justin Music. He's been so fast all week, and I've had to play as Sebastian Trejo's off, and he's going to pull that right into the pit lane, try to save the tires a bit and see if he can do something in the next heat. But, oh, Billy Musgrave off as well. The factory's off.
Goodness gracious, what is going on here? The factory carts just drove off the racetrack there. You see how tricky the conditions are. Even the most experienced drivers are having struggles here. French as well as Musgrave, and now Clements looking on the inside there. Beckett Friesen. We're going to go side by side into 11. Locked out in a game of chicken here. Clements going to think better of it, slot back in the line. Where does Friesen go? Off the racetrack as expected. A little too deep there on the brakes, and we have seen this time and time again. But Xander on a tear here already, up to 8th now, probably 7th now, I should say. A good drive up the field there for our very own.
Yeah, he's had a good race so far, and of course you would expect it. He's been fast, just once again another issue in quali. A lot of, as he said, stress on his shoulders, and I understand it for putting on everything we see here today. So for him, it's good to finally have a solid heat race here as he goes up to 7th. What a man, Xander Clements.
Yeah, great drive for our very own there. White flag in the air here. That gap for the lead closes down once again as French and Vasquez just a couple of tenths, half a second away from each other there at the front end of the pack. And Rudolph, actually, it looked like Rudolph got up in a second. French is there in the lead of this race. Buddy Vasquez Jr. nowhere to be found right now. Not sure if he's off the racetrack. Vasquez is off the racetrack. Goodness gracious, Vasquez is in 3rd. This is a big swing in the championship here, Peyton. For Aiden to be up in a 2nd, for Vasquez to go off the racetrack and back in a 3rd. It's all going to unfold here later on this weekend when we get into the main event on Sunday. But only 2 heat races here. Unfortunate there for Vasquez, who lost the fast lap in qualifying and is probably going to lose this heat race as well, to Aiden Rudolph, who looks set to finish in 2nd. A wild heat race. When we talk about experience, he hung in there. Jake French, it's been a long time coming to win a heat race here this year. And that retro Sodi kart suit for the DKC team, his own team this weekend, his own team this year, the Jake French Racing team on the top step for the first time this year in heat racing action. French takes a heat race. And when we talk about championship, Rudolph comes across the line and finished 2nd. Buddy Vasquez Jr., who was leading by a good ways, comes across to finish 3rd. Truly Adams 4th. Cohen Summers, the first-year MSO drivers, running up your top 5.
That's absolutely fantastic. That blows our championship wide open now. We thought Vasquez had it all under control, and now we go into the 2nd heat. And Vasquez, the championship's now absolutely small now.
Yeah, it's definitely wide open. I believe with drops they come into this weekend, only 11 points apart, and we gave you guys, huge kudos to you, Aiden and Jesus, who have found yourselves inside of the top 3 in every single race and every single heat race you guys go out there, and that's why you 3 are top 3 in the championship. Obviously, you're not racing in the wet weather, but it shows you the pace that you guys have had all year long and why they're in there and why they're fighting for this championship here this year.
Yeah, and hats off to them. I'll be the first one to say they just were better than us the whole year. Yeah, we're 3rd in the championship, but we're quite a ways off, and it's not because of luck or anything. No, they've just been on their A game every single race week, and they don't have bad qualities. They don't make mistakes. They don't have bad heats. Been on the podium in every single race. They deserve to be fighting for this championship.
Yeah, and when you talk about deserving, Jake French definitely deserved that heat race victory. A good drive for the Jake French Racing team owner, and that's definitely going to put a smile on his face and put a smile on his fiance as well, who's here this weekend, and a smile on Billy Musgrave as well, who's inside of the top 10 and finished 9th. A wild heat race, a lot of pickup getting set to come your way, and we look to talk to some of these drivers hopefully later on and as this weekend continues to progress. But Peyton, we thank you very much for joining us, and if it's still wet, I hope it is, so we can have you back for the second of the heat race. So we'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Well, welcome back here, and we get set to do it all over again for the final time here, Rocco. Again, Heat 3 has been scrapped from the schedule due to the race against the sunlight. Obviously, we have race on the racetrack, but we are racing against sunlight here in Amarillo, Texas. And again, we don't want to keep anybody here too late. It's been a long day as it is. I mean, even for us, we've only done 3 heat races, but keeping warm, bringing stuff in, and doing a whole lot has kept us very busy. And again, we apologize for the issues on our side. We are battling with the rain as well. We have our hardworking camera crew out there who continues to work hard, the likes of Luis Diaz, Landon Wilkins, and Nicholas Stouffer, and Taylor Burris, who moved out there in turn number 11 and 12 to bring you guys that shot there in the back section. So a huge shout out to those boys that are out there working hard and working their tails off to bring you guys all the racing action live here and take it to your homes and take it here to your pit spots if you are here on site. So we appreciate everything that they do. We appreciate everything that our team does in here as well. Trevor Blue as well, our boss, but definitely working his tail off to keep all of us dry and keep the stream up and running, and as well as Riley Cant, former Texas Sprint Racing Series racer, in here switching the cameras for us, and as well for you and myself, Rocco, keeping warm and keeping dry, trying to bring the emotion to your guys' pit spots and home as well. So we appreciate you guys for bearing with us, and we get set to do it all over again. The Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift class getting set to go green, and a fast start there by Simon Jack Klein. He's off to a good one. Alex Chandler looks to set up the over-under. He gets clear. Wyatt's going through. Nicholas Orbezo looks to go through in the second spot. He's going to move over on his teammate in Wonderlay. Not going to be close enough there for Orbezo to go through into the second spot. Wyatt going to fall back into third, and Simon Jack Klein from the pole position falls back to fifth, and everybody else single file all the way through this field. Sofia Sadagova there further back as well in seventh, and then you have there on the inside Chandler looking to get past, and Pasha Ali, who was the best of the rest in the wet. He was able to win the first heat race. We'll see how he does here in the second one, Rocco.
Yeah, Simon Klein is 0 for 2 on starts because he's been our pole sitter, hasn't been able to hold on to that lead in both heat starts. As you see now, that's Orbezo going down the inside of Wonderlay, and Wyatt going down the inside of Chandler as well. So 2 overtakes in one corner for 2 different battles. So we'll see a lot of battling in this front group. They don't seem to be waiting to work together and pull away. As you can see, they're all still side by side. Gus Wonderlay gives the push to Aston Wyatt to get into P2 and also promote Aston up and confidently into that P1 position. Orbezo in fourth, Simon Klein and others falling back behind.
Yeah, Simon Jack Klein falling back just a little bit from this top group after him, and you saw his team owner kind of tell him to continue to push along. But that send by Aston Wyatt was a huge one into turn number 11. He was a little bit ways back and made it stick when it counted the most, and he was able to get clear. And now you have your the drivers in third and fourth battling it out. Wonderlay going to lose a spot there to Nicholas Orbezo. The two teammates continuing to fight here as Oscar Gus Wonderlay goes around. Simon Jack Klein has to take evasive action into the grass, and that's not going to help him out as one of the LN carts there further back went around as well. So unfortunate for those couple of drivers who couldn't get away from the scrum.
Yeah, unfortunate for Cal was possibly trying to avoid Klein and on reaction, locked up those brakes. But on your screen, Pasha Ali, a driver who won Heat 1 in this class. Oh my goodness, Casper gets a little bit too deep on the brakes there into turn 8 and goes off as we have another near collision with Vargas there. Vargas able to avoid Casper as Casper was rejoining. So unfortunate for Casper. Ali, as I said, won Heat 1. Very, very good rain weather driving, and seems to be doing so again. We'll see if Ali can get up in closer to those lead fighters, as I'm trying to say. And yeah, definitely the front pack is still pretty tightly close. You have Wyatt and Chandler pretty close, and then Orbezo is about a second and a half now back, so he's falling behind. You see Pasha now into P4, so Pasha definitely moving fast here as the lap times right now aren't too foretelling for Pasha Ali because he had to make overtakes in that previous lap, so we'll see what he can do. Aston Wyatt and Chandler are starting to kind of pull away from the rest of the from Orbezo there, so it's still 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. A lot can happen in this race. I mean, in these mixed conditions, we've been seeing it all day. People from the lead have been falling out. Anywhere in the track, they've been making mistakes and losing positions. But these drivers, very experienced in the rain, most likely won't make as many mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of drivers definitely have to do a lot of practice in the rain to prepare for situations like this, and this is when it really starts to show who goes out there on the racetrack whenever it is thunderstorming, whenever it is raining, whenever it is cold, and whatnot. And you have to kind of push yourself just a little more to get better whenever you get to a race weekend. And it's definitely in conditions like we've seen this weekend. And for Alex Chandler and Aston Wyatt, they're definitely doing a good job here so far, pulling away from Nicholas Orbezo. But with those two kind of getting stagnated together, Orbezo's able to close down his gap. Lap times for now look about 7/10 off for Orbezo, but he looks a lot better this time around. So we'll see what it looks like when they cross the line. Aston Wyatt with the fastest lap of the race, and Orbezo was 3/10 quicker. So that's the fastest driver on the racetrack. The driver in third. Look for him to close down on the top two, and battling like this is definitely going to fall into his hands as Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler going side by side into turn 3. Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack, Chandler on the top, looking to rip the high side. Not enough grip there, but with the next corner being a right-hander, that's going to help him out a whole lot. The Iron Rock Motorsports machine goes to the front.
Yeah, Chandler gets to the inside and then runs a wide line on exit to, try and give as little room as he can to Wyatt to really, get that lead back from Aston and Orbezo as well, as we have one kart out in the back off the racetrack trying to pull that kart back on track. Orbezo was loving to see that fighting up in front to get right back up in this pack and back up into the fight for that lead. Chandler now, your new leader, pulling and has, I would say, about 3 kart lengths back to Wyatt. They, anything can happen. We saw Wyatt make a few mistakes in the previous lap, which allowed Chandler to get a better exit and also get back on that position. Now Wyatt with a decent exit out of there, still quite close with Chandler. I mean, I don't think they're going to drop each other unless anything major happens here. So we're just running down the clock right here. We're going to wait and see. It's really just a game of who breaks first right now, or I should say who breaks last if they get close enough. But yeah, we're just Aston Wyatt trying to wait for Alex Chandler to make a mistake, I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, for sure. For all those drivers to kind of continue to work their way along and then to close down. Nicholas Orbezo has had a good run so far in this one, continues to set in fast lap after fast lap, a 130.484, and sits in third. His teammates hit in a pretty good lap time as well in his Tony Kart, a 130.495. So for Aston Wyatt, just a little bit off, and again, just kind of, it's a little bit of an accordion effect as well, Rocco. Whenever you're in second, kind of you close in, you get back, and that move there was closer for Wyatt, but almost a half move, not going to help him out, and he's going to fall under fire here. Nicholas Orbezo taps the back of his helmet, but just a little bit of a mistake there from Wyatt, going to allow Orbezo to go up into the second spot, and that a mistake from Orbezo going a little wide, going to allow Wyatt to go back on him. So those two drivers kind of losing time, battling with each other, but Rocco, we have to mention that sun continuing to shine here in Amarillo Kart Complex, and expect this racetrack to dry as the day and night continues here in Amarillo.
Yeah, not only with the sun, there's no rain, and the drivers are all running laps on it, so that dry line will definitely form quite soon. Maybe not in this race, but maybe in the next one. So, our top 3 now evenly spread out. We're coming to the white flag here, I believe. If not, the 2 sticks to go. We'll see which one we get. So Aston Wyatt wipes his helmet. Orbezo fades down to the inside, tries to get that P2 position, and down to the inside goes Nicholas Orbezo.
Yeah, Nicholas Orbezo is able to get through, and he goes up into the second spot, and 2 sticks in the air. This time around, Alex Chandler going to be your leader, and he's done a good job to kind of play around with the lines and on this drying racetrack as well. The track just continues to get quicker and quicker every time these drivers go around. So a good showing for the Charlie Swain Camp and Iron Rock Motorsports there in 1 and 2 with Alex Chandler and Nicholas Orbezo. And then you go back to Aston Wyatt, the lead AR Academy driver here in this one, out of Adrian Vargas, who has had a good showing so far for Vargas. A DNF for him in the first heat race, but him out of contention, but up to 7th. A good showing for him nonetheless.
Yeah, Pasha Ali as well, getting in that 4th place position. Not as big of a dividend as he got in that first heat, so little unfortunate. I mean, still good points all coming into that main event. Is probably going to get a good starting position with a 1st place and a 4th place finishing position. And your leaders, still, they're all turning laps. They're all evenly spread out. There's not much racing going on as far as racecraft goes. They're just trying to see who can make the less mistakes on these closing laps. As one driver's off, that's the 116 of Cowell there off the racetrack. Unfortunate for the 10th place running driver. Alex Chandler looks over his shoulder to Nicholas Orbezo, who is definitely getting closer now coming into the white flag.
Yeah, Nicholas Orbezo definitely closing down. We'll see if he's close enough to attempt to move there. He's going, looking on the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to get clear in 11. Can Chandler try and set up an over-under? He's on the outside, and there is barriers there, so they have to be careful with how much they fight. But it's going to be a good 1-2 for the Iron Rock Motorsports team to clinch out here in this one. You go back in second with Aston Wyatt. White flag in the air. I am so mistaken there, Rocco. Goodness gracious. Wasn't looking at the flags like I should have. But one lap to go, and again, with the 2.6 in the air last time around, a good showing there by Nicholas Bezo to get through on Alex Chandler that time around. And they continue to fight here for the lead in this race, side by side. Chandler looking on the outside, or Bezo going to get the inside here coming into the turn 6 hairpin, and has a good run, a good exit there as well. Again, that tighter line, I mean, we saw in very, very wet weather conditions, going over the curves is probably a little bit beneficiary, not being on that already rubbered in line that turns into almost ice whenever it does start to rain. So being on that inside line and finding the grip in there was ideal in that K senior main event. But with a drying racetrack, you're able to take more of a normal racing line as those two drivers go side by side, almost drifting all the way through turn number 7 and now into turn 8. Or Bezo to the bottom of the racetrack, Chandler on the outside. What can Chandler do here against his teammate? He sets up a nice over-under there and goes up to the lead of this race by a good bit, about 5 car lengths in between Alex Chandler and Nico Bezo, and that was a great move, a slick move to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. Now as he covers down the inside, Nick was deep on the brakes. He's trying to go around the outside, almost gets in the grass. Alex Chandler runs him wide in that corner. Nicholas Bezo is not happy about it, so Alex Chandler's going to come across the corner to take the Heat 2 win in your mini Swift class. Or Bezo definitely not happy with that move as Aston Wyatt comes across the line in 3rd. Pasha Ali comes across in 4th place.
Yeah, good drive for Pasha Ali. He's going to find himself within a top 2-row starting spot inside of the top 4 as well for these drivers in the top 4. Thumbs up, good sign of sportsmanship from everybody. But a wild race. Jack Cowell still unfortunately out there on the racetrack. Sofia Sadikova, good race for her as well to finish inside of the top 5. And for Adrian Vargas as well to get himself in the top 6. A good showing for him, and Oscar Gus Wonderlay, your field in 7th. So a quick commercial break with pickup getting set to come underway with Jack Cowell, unfortunately, who is stuck out there in turn number 8. We'll be right back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Your Honda Kid Karts out on the racetrack now, and they get set to go green. Wiley Lee, the kid from California now, an Austin native here starting on the pole position alongside Caden Tudor. You go back to Beckley Anderson, Henson, Bayer, Sanders, Ali, Lofton, Knight, and Anderson all getting set to take the green flag. Beckley Anderson goes around in the first corner here on the race start, and Wiley Lee off to a good one here in that CRG machine, pulling away from the rest of the field. Right behind him, Tudor in the second spot, and side by side in between Henson there and the top cart of Bodie Bayer finding themselves Bayer there, sorry. I was corrected at DKC. Bodie Bayer finds himself in the fourth spot with Ray Fowler just behind him. But a good start for Wiley Lee. There goes around, and then a big hop there from what looked to be Holden Henson, just completely catapulted himself over Caden Tudor. Goodness gracious, Rocco. What a wild start to Honda Kid Kart.
Yeah, that was pretty close. You saw a few other drivers start to kind of whiz by that incident right there, as now you have, I believe that is Sanders getting around Henson there for P2, I believe. Or it could be P3, I'm not too sure, off of track position. So, yeah, a bit of fighting. I mean, we saw in the first heat, we had a bit of audio issues in the first heat, so unfortunately we weren't able to commentate over that first Kid Kart heat, but it was a fantastic race we saw with a lot of very good battling. So hopefully we can see more of that now as Lee comes across the line. So that definitely was for P2. So you have Sanders up in P2 and Henson in P3.
Yeah, everybody continuing to push here, and after going up in the air for Bodie Bayer, he finds himself now within a shot of getting ahead of Holden Henson. Henson going to move across the racetrack, looking to hold off Bodie Bayer as they look over at each other here. And Bayer going to have to hold on to the fourth spot and hold on to a dry piece of real estate here on the racetrack. But, man, that was close there as Henson goes wide there on the exit of 4. Now you get into turn number 5, and a good over-under move there by Bodie Bayer, driving like an entire veteran here, Rocco, as 2 drivers get collected there further back. That looked to be, if I'm not mistaken, that was either Beckley Anderson there or another driver that got collected. So there's Booker Anderson and Beckley Anderson here this week, and the 23 and Booker is there in the CRG Norton machine, and then the 41 there of Liam Lofton for the AR Academy CRG just slowing on exit, and he's going to lose a couple of spots.
Yeah, and these two on our screen right now, both Bayer and Sanders, very close on the racetrack. We saw Bayer with a very, very good racecraft the previous lap time by. It seems that when it rains at these kid karts, something changes about them and they start to race a lot harder than they were in the dry weather, as a lot of mistakes are made and a lot of positions are gained and lost. So Bayer making a charge up the front of the field here. Lee has 4 seconds up in front. I think we had a spinner in turn 8 there. Bayer looking down on the inside. Is he going to get Sanders under the brakes? We're going to see as they come into turn 11 now. He looks to the inside. He's thinking about it. I think he's going to hold down in P3 there for just a moment as we get through these next few corners. Maybe we see a move into turn 1, because I think Bayer has a handful of pace here in this go-kart.
Yeah, Bayer definitely starting to close in here on Holden Henson. Sorry, not Holden Henson, Sanders there, who sits just ahead of him and can move across the racetrack, looking to hold on to that spot of the CRG machine there for the 36, and everybody else working their way through. There's Holden Henson. My mistake there, my apologies, who sits in 4th. Lofton running up your top 5.
little bit of battling there for the P4 position between Tudor and Henson. Almost got it there on Henson, but Henson able to hold on to that P4 position. So good fighting all around. Now you can see Beckley Anderson recovering from that spin early on in this race to get back up into P5. Could be potentially more, as we still have 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So it'll potentially be 3 laps to go this time by. So still very close, following behind Caden Tudor, trying to make that position stick. And Henson as well. I mean, I thought he was just defending, but then I realized that they're all just trying to avoid that big puddle. So Henson still trying to hold the normal racing line right now. We'll see if Tudor can make any moves. Going to go fade to the outside line, maybe not. So these two here still fighting quite hard.
Looks like you want to say fighting and battling at the same time there, Rocco. A little bit of a tongue twister, fighting,
it's a new word.
Not fighting, because that doesn't make sense. That's battling and fighting in the same sentence. But, I mean, to have Honda Kit Karts, this is the final time that we're going to see them in 2024. And, again, it's great to have these kids out here at Texas Racing Series. This class is really all about having fun and getting these kids into motorsports and progressing into the higher classes, like we've seen with Brody Brown and Dusty Strayer, 2 kids that progressed really, really well throughout the Kit Kart class. And then when it was time to make the move, they have definitely showed some good pace, obviously struggling in the mixed conditions. But this is what this class is all about. It's having fun, and again, we don't want to take anything away from that. And we know it can get competitive at times. We know, you want to be up there on the top step of the podium, and you want to fight for race wins. But this class is all about fun. So, reminder to the parents, a reminder to the team owners and whatnot that are watching along. It's all about having fun in this Kit Kart class. And obviously, there's some hardware at the end of the year, but we want to see everybody have a good time and to keep these kids happy. These are the kids you see running around, eating too many snacks in between sessions and whatnot, and having a good time at the racetrack. And that's really what you want to see from this class, because that's what we love to see in turn. So they're doing a good job right now and continuing to do so for Wiley Lee and Bodie Byer. For Wiley, who moved here from California, looking to get closer to the karting scene here in Texas with the Texas Racing Series, found it a good shot for him to progress here in Texas with Kit Kart and then moving up to Micro Swift and hopefully running a SCUSA Pro Tour in the near future. Wiley's still very young, I believe 5 or 6 years old for young Wiley Lee. Spoke to his mom yesterday, and they were super happy to be here and out at the racetrack again. We have seen him time and time again here, but the battling continued to ramp up here. Holden Henson going side by side there with Sanders, and they're continuing to shuffle for position here. Sanders going to lose it there. Sorry, Caden Tudor, the driver who's fighting there with Holden Henson. So this is for P4 on back. Trey Sanders sits in the 3rd spot at the moment on that CRG machine, and with a good gap to these drivers. Oh my goodness! They go around in unison. Goodness gracious there, Rocco. No idea what just transpired, but wow.
I think I got a little glimpse of what happened there. I think Henson was spinning on their own, and then you saw Tudor just get into the back of them and spin as well. So very unfortunate for those 2 drivers. They just gifted Anderson the P4, I believe. So a good recovery from Anderson to take that P4 position from them after such an unfortunate incident in the beginning of the race, but even more unfortunate for those 2 drivers to make contact in such a way. I mean, they weren't really even fighting. It was just a slight little mistake from Henson there. So you can see Tudor still quite close, like a quick recovery. So not too much time lost to Beckley Anderson, and a little bit of a bobble there. You saw Anderson look over her shoulder real quick, so maybe even a chance to catch back up and get into, I would say, get Tudor into P4.
Yeah, correct. So for those drivers, continue to work together, but a little bit of spotlight here on the driver in the lead of this race. We'll follow him around for this entire final lap, and it looks like he also has a Casey sticker there on that front nose fairing. So looks like we gave enough out yesterday to have on their front fairing. And again, if you are on site, they're still deciding if you want to go out there and sell more merchandise in the banquet here tonight. That would be good, I guess, to give back. And for those of you who missed out on yesterday, if you're here in the paddock, we'll look to go out there and hopefully sell a little more later on today if you are looking to buy some. And there's a banquet tonight, so for those of you, free food for everybody who has ran or who is here this weekend. The banquet is tonight, so stick around for that. That'll be good celebrations and for everybody as well. But lapping around here for Wiley Lee, last couple of corners for this young Californian, now Austin, Texas local and being from Houston and going to Texas A&M myself, Austin, it's a good place. The school there, I wouldn't say not so much because it's a great school, but, enemies for us there in College Station. But Wiley doing a good job here nonetheless, and we'll see where he decides to go to college if he isn't already racing professional at the time that he is old enough to go to college. Again, that's probably 13, 14 years from now. So we'll wait for that to continue to transpire. But Wiley doing a good job so far. Last couple of corners for the CRG driver here. Turn 11, he kept it nice and clean, kept his tires nice and cool to make it all the way to the end. Didn't lose any time in the process. He was been a second quicker than the rest of the field, and Wiley Lee going to come across the line to win heat race number 2 in Honda Kit Kart. Ice cold for this kid, no celebrations. And he just won a heat race and not even excited at all. He knows the big picture is tomorrow when we get into the main event. Bodie Byer next across the line here in second. And a good showing for him as well to finish second. That'll leave him with a good starting spot tomorrow as well. Beckley Anderson next up to cross the line here in a couple of moments. She sits in third from 33, but still locked out in a battle here. What looks to be Caden Tudor. So could have been some issues for Sanders and a couple of others, but we look on, Beckley Anderson holding on to Tudor. Last couple of corners, and Anderson looks like she's going to hold on, and there goes Sanders, able to leapfrog himself up to third. Side by side across the line, Tudor and Beckley Anderson. Anderson crosses the line in fourth, Caden Tudor fifth. Across the line next, Holden Henson, Rayfall Lee next on the docket, and here comes Holden Henson to round up your top 6. Rayfall Lee 7th, Liam Lofton next up in 8th. And that's going to be your field here. Booker Anderson sits in 9th. Trevor Knight, your field here, sits in 10th. Quiet on the airwaves here for a little bit, for a couple of moments. When we come back, it should be your micro swips that get set to go out onto the racetrack.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Micro Swifts out on the racetrack now. Dutch Westbrook, who has been perfect all day long, but an imperfect start here for the 207, and Victor Gus Wonderley finds himself going around here early on. That's the driver starting on the front row, so not how you want to start this out lap here, or this heat race, to say the least. Brody Stoffel starting third for the Sodi Racing Machine, and the SLA Kart Racing driver Tyler Blackwood starting alongside him on row number 2.
On row number 3, it'll be Kason Sanders and Brody Brown. Row 4 will be Dusty Strayer and Naomi Vargas. And final on the last row of the grid will be Kimo Ahmad.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad had issues in the qualifying session, and he had to work his way up the field in the first of the heat races. So we'll see how Ahmad comes along in this second one, and hope he can do it. Again, this is the last heat race for these young drivers here this weekend, and here this year, I should say, in TSRS action. There's a big bumper there by Brody Brown and Brody Stoffel to get into Dutch Westbrook and Tyler Blackwood. A very, very slow start, and very sportsmanlike there for Dutch Westbrook to let his, I guess, front row partner get up there with him and start alongside him on the front row. And going to slot back in a line here. You'll see Westbrook start to speed up just a little bit more, and very nice there by Westbrook. Very, very sportsmanlike, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. The pace setter needs to be up there, and I think they just got the commitment cones, so it's all right and dandy with your Micro Swift drivers. So they're going to round turns, I think, 4 and 5 here, and then they're going to get the green here, Caleb. So I think it'll still be a wet race. We may see a little bit of a drying line, as we haven't had a little bit of rain for a minute, so there might be some dry parts of the track. We'll see if these drivers use any puddles to cool their tires down, as I think we're about to get the green now, and we're green. So down the inside, Westbrook with a huge slide. Westbrook Wonderlake goes off as well, and Kimo Ahmad spins. So 3 drivers already out. Your 2 leaders, specifically 2 teammates, out right now.
And now in the lead of the race, young Kason Sanders goes to the point side by side for the 2 rookies, and Dusty Strayer and Brody Brown. They're going to start to fight for P2 on back. Brown to the bottom of the racetrack there. He slots right back in a line, and he's able to get clear.
And now you have Sanders with a commanding lead. As I say, that is a huge mistake. And now you have Brown take that lead, as well as Strayer. So Strayer and Brown now, you're 1 and 2 in this race. A huge mix-up with your top 3. So, like we said, these wet weather conditions definitely switch things up a little bit. As you see now, Kason Sanders spins. Dusty Strayer spins on the reaction of it. And Dutch Westbrook also spins. Wow. So we had 3 spins consistently in one corner. And now it's a battle of who can recover better. So a huge mix-up in this race. Brody Brown with nobody except Gus Wonderley and Kimo Ahmad in his view now. So a very, very good getaway from Brody Brown. Wonderley and Kimo Ahmad, a good start from him. Even though he had a spin, he is in P3 right now. It's an incredible race we see unraveling right now with Westbrook and Dusty Strayer, a kit kart driver who graduated this year in Micro Swift, and he's doing a fantastic job to hold on to the bumper of Dutch Westbrook right there. He did great in the heat, in Heat 1, whenever it was also mixed conditions. So definitely a good showing for Strayer there. As we see now, Kimo Ahmad putting pressure on Gus Wonderley.
And I tell you what, Rocco, we're, I guess, in the booth up here in Amarillo Kart Complex, and there is some viewing areas to both our left and our right. And Roman Haynes, Brody Brown's mechanic, is standing here just next to us, and you can hear the cheer, you can hear the scream on this driver's second race in Micro Swift. Super, super excited that his driver is out in the lead by 6 seconds. So, again, just needs to keep it on the black stuff. As what a move there by Kimo Ahmad. A full lock almost there by the Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard machine to get through on his teammate. And Wonderley, and those 2 teammates continue to fight. Ahmad's going to go around. Wonderley goes around as well. Westbrook able to hold on to it. He's able to go through and up to 3rd. But what a race have we witnessed here in this one, Rocco. It's been insane. And again, that front bumper pushed in. There is no pushback bumpers here, and that was obviously due to Brody Brown getting to that rear bumper of Blackwood whenever we were going to start this race. So no penalty for that, but a good drive so far by Brody Brown to hold on to it here. And, they definitely coached him up, try to tell him what he needed to keep it on the racetrack and how to fight the changing conditions. And the first time that he's fought changing conditions here in Micro Swift.
Yeah, definitely. And I see that I believe Brody Brown is on wet weather tires right now. I wonder if anybody is on the slick weather tires, as we're seeing so many spins. It's quite incredible to see
he's doing a good job so far to continue to hold on to that gap here. Just 2 minutes to go, and just for young Brody Brown just has to hold on to it here just from here on out, and doing a good job so far, opening up that gap just a little more there to Dutch Westbrook, who sits further back again. We apologize for that little delay for those of you at home watching along for the little delay in our stream. Back up and running now, but a good showing so far for Brown. Fastest lap of the race, so belongs to Dutch Westbrook at 133.327. And again, everybody just on their own little bit of real estate. And for Brown, you see everybody watching along on the fence line, happy about that. And how about for the rookie as well? 2 rookies inside of the top 3. Dusty Strayer, one of the drivers that we talked about him, and man, these kids, they're so heartwarming whenever you see them walking around. Dusty always makes it a point to say hi and whatnot and to wave. So good to see Dusty running around in the 3rd spot and doing a really, really good job. And again, one of the younger drivers who, we talked about struggling with the changing conditions. He's driven this race like a veteran, spun early on, but found himself back on the racetrack and up in a 3rd. It's been a really, really good showing so far for Strayer.
Yeah, it definitely shows you that Kid Kart, as we said earlier, the main goal is to have fun, but it doesn't take away from what product can come out from Kid Karting, as you have 2 drivers in the top 3.
Three drivers you can see with Dutch Westbrook as well, who came from Kid Kart, and we saw him, fighting even inside of the top 5. Victor Gus Wonderley, Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel, all drivers who we've seen grow up in Kid Kart here at TSRS and all progress through the ranks, and that's what that class is all about, to have these drivers in this X class. And to, for Dutch Westbrook, who got his maiden national race victory at the IAME Grand National Championships just a couple of weeks ago, this is just a great development as well for Brody Stoffel, who's been a top 10 driver every time that he hits the national scene, and we hope to see him back at the national scene really, really soon. But he's chasing down, again, another driver who's battled with, since his career started in karting in Victor Gus Wonderly.
Yeah, and I think I saw Blackwood further back get around Vargas for that 7th place position. So there's fighting all the way back to the very end of this field. And up in front you have Gus Wonderley and Stoffel both fighting tightly as well. We're hearing the fans on the side make a little bit of commotion. We're trying to see what has happened, but I think it's not too much to call for as we go into I believe, is that the 2nd to last lap, Caleb?
We're almost there. Not 2.6 in the air. 3 laps to go this time when they cross the stripe. So just 2.6 in the air the next time around for everybody out there. And for Brody Stoffel still chasing down on Victor Gus Wonderley there. And we were able to talk to a lot of drivers earlier on today and a couple of team owners. Hopefully we can talk to a lot more when we get into tomorrow's morning warm-up sessions, and hope to hear from a lot of them as well and see how they get along as this weekend continues to go on. But Wonderley and Stoffel still fighting it out here for the 4th spot, and Stoffel just can't seem to get on to the rear bumper there of Victor Gus Wonderley. So still struggling here a little bit for those two, but for Brody Brown, he's still holding on at 133.568. That was his personal best of the race, but Dutch Westbrook, you can't fail to mention, he's closing in about a 2nd a lap. We'll see if he has enough laps to get there in the end. Brown now goes around in the last corner. Brody Brown goes around. Dutch Westbrook gets clear, as well as Dusty Strayer. Brody Brown turns it back onto the racetrack. Man, that is heartbreak for the young rookie, and I can hear outside as well. Roman Haynes heartbroken from his driver as well, going around there in the last corner, and that's going to give it back to this kid who's been perfect all weekend long, and as long as he keeps it on the racetrack for the next 2 laps, it'll be perfect sweep of the heat races going into the main event tomorrow.
And look at Dusty Strayer now up into P2. I mean, a fantastic race by Dusty there. Westbrook given that position, I mean, with the gap that he had, he was closing about a 2nd every lap. If it had stayed that way, I don't think there would have been enough time for Westbrook to catch up to Brown. But as you can see, that's why you always keep your foot in it. You never know what can happen in these races, and you can see right just by that, one small mistake has totally changed up this race. And now Westbrook is running away with it. Strayer's holding pretty close, 3 seconds back. I don't think he's going to catch in 2 laps because Westbrook is definitely a quick driver, as well as Dusty Strayer with a fairly decent lap time in the 102s, so a little quicker than
132.
Oh, sorry, 132. So definitely quicker than the midfield on back. So it might be safe in that P2 position if there are no more mistakes. I don't want to curse anybody, but that's how this race has been. That's the theme of this race so far. A lot of mistakes have been made. And, yeah, now Westbrook running away with it.
it seems like the more that we talk about some of these drivers, the more probability that we give them on going around. So I'm almost tempted to just mute ourselves here, Rocco, and let these drivers go on the last lap here. But, man, this kid in Dutch Westbrook really has surprised us all year long. He found himself within another shot to put himself in a national race victory last weekend at the Stars Championship Series night fight, and issues for him in the main event put him out of contention early on in that one. White flag in the air for Dutch Westbrook, who had a really good weekend at DKC, won his first regional race of the year, and finds himself doing a really good job so far in this event this weekend in the fall finale. He's also a driver who finds himself a little bit ways back in the championship, so the likes of Kimo Amada, who is leading. So for Westbrook to catapult himself up a couple of more spots is going to be good for him, as well as he continues to slide, continues to drift throughout all these corners, Rocco.
Yeah, that was a really big slide there. Opposite lock completely going through that corner. That could have been really bad for Dutch Westbrook if that could have gone any more sideways there. So trying to just cruise home now, pretty safe from behind. There's not too much to push for here. So definitely with the last lap to go, just be careful and bring it on home now. As you see him still sliding out, I mean, in order to be quick in the rain, you have to be quite aggressive with your movements, and aggressive but also smooth. You don't want to make any aggressive mistakes. But as you can see, Westbrook now pushing hard on that front end of the go-kart, getting it turned in, and with about one more straight to go and 3 corners, he may possibly be your Heat 2 winner if he can keep it together in this hard braking zone right here.
Yeah, just one more corner that has been a big trouble spot for a lot of drivers already in this heat race. It was hectic from the start, but he weathered the storm nonetheless. Dutch Westbrook going to come across the line and win heat race number 2. Perfect on the weekend so far. Crosses the line in first. And how about it for the rookie, Dusty Strayer? And you see his mechanics and team members bowing down. What a drive there by the rookie. And for another rookie as well, Brody Brown. What a drive for him as well to cross the line in third. A good showing for him. Cross the line now for Victor Gus Wonderlay. He crosses the line in fourth. Brody Stoffel rounds up your top 5 for SLA Kart Racing. Tyler Blackwood across the line now rounds up your 6th spot. Haley Vargas for the AR Academy. Next across the stripe at 7th. Sanders back to Kimo Amada, unfortunately, who had issues at the start of this heat race. Wait for everybody to come back into the pits. That being said, with a little bit of time and a little bit of a gap for us while we wait for these drivers to work their way in, it's a quick commercial break. When we come back, racing action set to come your way live on Club Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We are ready racing here. So the last of your kid karts into the pits now. Coming up next, your K8 100 juniors. It was a wild first heat race where Nathan Golseth was able to do better than the rest and win that first one. Again, everybody on used tires, used wet tires. Now with a much damper racetrack, Golseth and the Arcane team decided to go onto that wet switch with a much newer set here, to say the least. But Carson Berry going to start on the pole position alongside Matthew Duquette, a GWR lockout of the front row. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Tyler Roberts on row 2. Easton Cox and David Ibarra on row number 3. Nathan Golseth, your Heat 1 winner, starting 7th alongside Luke Cruz on row number 4. Santi Duran and Maui Angel on row number 5. Hamza Ambar and Hector Iturriaga on row 6. Jackson Baltus and Andre Iturriaga on row number 7. Mason Berry and Jeremiah Thomas on row number 8. Amelia Gus Wonderlay starting 17th. Shotgun Charlie on the field. And again, Gage Bailey was in the live chat. So good to see you. You're doing okay. And a return next year. So we'll be waiting for that to say. We'll be waiting for that next year, obviously, with Gage. And we wish him, again, a speedy recovery and hope to see him out on the racetrack here really soon next year in 2025 and back in TSRS racing action. But already a couple of drivers pointing at their engines, like Easton Cox had some sort of issue. He was pointing down at the engine, it looked like. So he was able to get through, but yellow flag's in the air. And again, storms are coming our way here once again. So we are going to try and get as many heat races underway. The most we're going to push probably today, and we may even move some tomorrow if the weather does get here in time, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. And as they round the final few corners to take the start of this race, we'll see who comes out on top out of turn 6. It's still pretty slick out there. You see a few drivers still wearing wetsuits. It could potentially even rain in this class. We'll see. So as we get underway, it seems pretty good, all lined up there, and we'll get the green flag pretty soon.
And you see the ponchos there by the corner workers as well, just waving in the distance. So very, very tricky conditions here today, and the wind continuing to pick up. So we are going to try and get this one underway. Carson Berry with a good start. Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets together with Matthew Duquette, and they all slow way down. Easton Cox sideways there on the exit. Nathan Golseth able to get ahead. Not for long, though, because there goes Easton Cox. He's up to second. Golseth looking to set up an over-under in the third spot. Ibarra, your championship points leader, sits in 4th. Kemper able to recover after that first lap. Slot right back in the line, and Golseth not going to waste any time. Looking to go up to second. Your championship points leader just went around in turn number 8. What a hectic start here, Rocco.
Yeah, he was yawed out for a good bit in that braking zone. He was holding on for a second. Couldn't get it straight under that braking zone, and unfortunately went around. Now as you see more drivers fighting further back, I believe that's Duran there making a few positions on Easton Cox, I believe. So a good bit of battling right there as Cox gets back down on the inside of Duran there. So you have, I think that is Nathan Golseth in the lead with Barry following closely behind. Another driver is going to get around Tyler Roberts there. I think that's Matthew Duquette getting around for P3. As another driver spins, that's Carson Berry, our P2 driver, spun out in turn 2 and has to rejoin the track from the back of the grid. So very unfortunate as Tyrone Kipper Jr. now tries to get down the inside of Tyler Roberts for that P3 position. Duquette also trying to make as much grip as he can out of that go-kart. Tyrone Kipper Jr. using the inside line, gets a very good run, but not the best exit, as now Matthew Duquette has the run and pulls back ahead of Tyrone Kipper Jr. And Tyler Roberts now looking down the inside of them. They're almost 3 wide for a second. A few drivers, I think, went off in that corner. Cox throws his hands up to apologize to Tyrone Kipper Jr. for whatever happened there. Duran back on the scene after all that fighting has been brought up. And all this is really, really good for Nathan Golseth. He's able to pull away from the rest of this field now. Duquette hasn't had much pressure from Tyler Roberts behind, so he hasn't been held up much. Duran now going to spin, a very lazy spin. He tried to hold on to it, and a few drivers going around. Easton Cox, the 8:15, that is Easton Cox, goes around as well. So unfortunate from those two drivers. You saw Cox throw a hand up, pretty upset about that. Duquette, Roberts, and Kemper Jr. now your second, third, and fourth place drivers now. They're most likely going to figure out in this part of the race that either they're going to catch Nathan Golseth or they're going to fight for P2. So no pressure from Tyler Roberts behind. The top 5 right now have kind of calmed down a little bit. There's David Ibarra. After that spin, he's already back up into 6th place. I don't know how that's possible, but you can see him there in P6. So a really good recovery drive from your points leader. He had a really hard braking zone that caused him to spin earlier in the race, and now he's all the way back where he needs to be to fight and or to catch up to that lead pack. So everybody else behind him, Hamza Anbar in P7 fighting with Iturriaga and more.
They all continue to fight here. Iturriaga in that group in 8th. Ibarra's made a good recovery up to 6th. After a spin early on in this one, put him out, but Duquette going in on Tyler Roberts there. Kemper gets clear as well. and a bumper there by Roberts to move Kemper up the racetrack. He's able to get clear.
Yeah, that was a good bump and run move just to use the momentum to push their line a little bit wider. But Kemper now down the inside of Roberts for that position. So they're going to keep fighting here as, one driver with a bit of a bad exit. Was that Duquette? That was Duquette. Had a terrible exit out of that corner. So now they're all still tripping over each other's toes and letting Golseth just run away with it here with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We may not see anybody fight for the lead as Kemper now goes to the inside of Roberts. And as that happens, a little bit of a bumper from behind with, I believe that is Baldus right there. So not too much to get Roberts out of shape, but, just a little bit of contact going into the braking zone as now Roberts loses 2 positions on exit there. Baldus up into I believe that's the 5th place position now.
Yeah, Roberts is up to 5th there and doing a good recovery so far in this one to make up a couple of spots, and everybody kind of taking different lines here. We'll see if Robertson's head up and over under. It looks like that's what he wanted to do here on Matthew Duquette. I don't think he's going to be close enough on the exit of this corner. Not for now there for Tyler Roberts. So he's going to be right ahead of Pierce Baldus, of Jackson Baldus there, nephew of Pierce. So they continue to fight side by side there. Roberts hops back in the line behind Duquette. And for Ibarra still closing in, and on the inside, those 2 drivers come together. That front bumper and rear bumper gets locked together. Baldus together with Roberts, sending him way off the racetrack. Unfortunate there for the Trackside Karting Services GFC.
Yeah, David Ibarra definitely needed that right now. It's very easy to gain 2 positions when 2 drivers ahead of you make a mistake, and that driver, David Ibarra, is also lapping 7/10 quicker than anybody else on this racetrack right now. So not only is he the quickest on the racetrack, he was just gifted 2 spots that he would rather have to work for. As you see him yaw out again, braking very hard and stepping out that rear end. He did that before, but he was able to keep it together now. I mean, a very, very awesome drive from David Ibarra to recover back up to the top 3, as now Tyrone Kemper Jr. has a little bit of a poor exit coming out of the final corner. David Ibarra is going to get the inside and then think last second to slide back behind Tyrone Kemper Jr. as under the brakes, Tyrone gets the advantage. So Duquette pulling away from these 2 alone on his own now. He may be able to catch Nathan Golseth. Golseth running about 3/10 a lap quicker than Duquette last time by.
And again, you have to think Golseth has much newer wet tires than the rest of the field. The same goes for Hamza Ambar, who's up to 5th now, side by side in between Kemper and Ibarra, giving each other just enough of real estate to work together and go around as Ibarra drops the tire into the dirt, almost sending his CRG machine sideways, but he goes through in turn number 6 to get clear of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Ibarra's up to 3rd.
Tyrone tried to get the switch back there, but just couldn't get it on the exit. So Ibarra, our quickest driver on the racetrack, still as he puts down another fast lap of a 1:26.0, so about 4/10 quicker still than anybody else, still moving very fast here. Tyrone Kemper Jr. trying to hold on about, I was going to say in terms of kart lengths, but he's still right there behind Ibarra's bumper. They need to work together now to work up to Duquette, who's about 1.5 up the road. And Duquette also losing touch of your leader, so Nathan looking very strong here to run away with the Heat 2 win. David Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr. are also joined with a few other drivers closely behind them. The 887 of Hamza Anbar went from 7th and a few laps ago all the way up to 5th, so now in the top 5 goes Hamza Anbar, as well as Pierce Baldus. I made the same mistake as well. Baldus in that 6th place position, following closely behind Hamza Anbar there.
Yeah, I mean, every time you come out to a region race like this, it's always going to be a family affair, and for them, it's definitely one this weekend. So Pierce doing a good job leading his championship, and for Jackson has had a good showing so far this year. Anbar, a good move by him to get up inside of the top 4 now. Is able to get clear there of Tyrone Kemper Jr., who just got really bogged down there on the exit of turn number 5. Lost a whole lot of time there, and now going to fall under fire here to Jackson, as Jackson looking to make a move on Tyrone. What does Jackson have sideways there on the exit? A lot of puddles still out there on the racetrack, Rocco, and I must say, I'm still not seeing the crossover point for a lot of these drivers, and for your 206 seniors as well that are next to come out onto the racetrack. Still, we're a little bit ways away from a complete dry racetrack.
Yeah, David Ibarra is still so fast, lapping 10s quicker than anybody else around him, but Hamza Anbar now is able to glue up to the back of that bumper and hang on with David Ibarra, which is awesome, because that means that they'll both pull each other ahead of these 2 drivers who might be fighting a little bit, as you saw Tyrone kind of fade middle and then go back onto the racing line, but only time will tell if these drivers will really start to fight or try to catch back up to Matt Duquette. The white flag now, this time by, we see a few drivers, actually, as Duquette dropped about 9/10 on Nathan Golseth right there, so it must have been a small mistake for Nathan, as he's only a second clear of the rest of the field now. So we'll see what's going on with Nathan Golseth. It may have just been a slight bobble in the previous lap. He still has a whole second to hold on in this final lap. All he has to do is keep himself from making any more mistakes to hold on to that lead. Matthew Duquette getting caught now by David Ibarra and Hamza Enbar.
Yeah, so when you look at the gaps, it looks like Golseth indeed did make some sort of mistake to lose a little bit of time. He was a second ahead of Duquette, but that gap has definitely closed out a whole lot. So whenever he crosses the stripe, it'll definitely be our biggest tell on what occurred there with Nate Golseth, who, is coming back to the TSRS Texas Racing Series after the last round that he had with a race win to his name, a main event victory to his name, and he looks to go 2 for 2 at the end of the season, and goes a little wide here on the exit, but still holding on to it. Duquette just a little bit ways back, so the gap is closing here for sure for in between Nathan Golseth and Duquette, but gonna need another Hail Mary here for Duquette to hold on to this one. Checkered flag looks to be in hand. White flag was out last time around. Final lap of the race. Golseth makes a mistake. Duquette's able to go through. Golseth falls back to second. Goodness me, Matthew Duquette weathers the storm, crosses the line, and wins heat race number 2. Nathan Golseth across the line in second after a mistake. He fell back to second. Ibarra across the line in third. Easton Cox not happy with his engine there, and that's going to put him way down the order in 10th. And the Berry brothers now crossing the line 11th and 12th respectively. Mason able to get the better of his brother in Carson, but Matthew Duquette, what a race finish here for the GWR to put himself on the top step.
Yeah, definitely keep your foot in it. As we said, a lot of races now, a lot of heats today have had that same theme happen where as long as you just never give up and keep your foot in it, the leader might just make a mistake and allow you to sneak away with that heat win. So definitely an interesting race to see, especially with David Ibarra, coming through the field and fighting his way back up into P3.
Yeah, that was wild for sure there, Rocco. And again, just in a little bit, your 206 seniors getting set to come out onto the racetrack. Engines are already fired for them as we wait for your KA juniors to come into the pits here. Wild heat racing action so far here in Amarillo Kart Complex. There's never been a race under wet weather conditions. This is the first one, I believe, in the track's history, and it's definitely provided us with great racing action. It's thrown a wrench at things, has surprised all of us all weekend long, and surprised some of these drivers as well with very, very tricky conditions. See the pit lane still very, very damp, a lot of puddles through there as well, and hopefully a dry running of the main event tomorrow whenever we get into Championship Sunday here at the Texas Racing Series. The windmill still in the background, but again, clouds are still looming here, and expect the final couple of heat races to be very, very damp, especially for your KA seniors, who is the last class of the day, and it is expected to be very, very wet. But your 206 seniors by Slipstream Racing getting set to come out onto the racetrack now. Bryce Frank, Truly Adams, the drivers starting on the front row. Kevin Zing and Reagan Seville, the two drivers who showed good pace in the first heat race on slick tires in wet weather. Seville was able to reign victorious in that first one.
Yeah, and it was a fantastic wet weather race from those drivers. You saw them all side by side doing all kinds of crazy stuff in the winter rain, hydroplaning, touching side pods. It was a really exciting first heat race for these seniors. So we'll see what happens this time in the Heat 2 race. That's your pole sitter, I believe. That is, actually no, the pole sitter will be Bryce Frank. Truly Adams joins them on the front row in P2. So just off pole for Truly Adams. Kelvin Zing and Reagan Seville on row 3 and 4. Oliver and Harrell in positions 3 and 4. Oliver and Harrell on row 3.
Yeah, and again, Oliver had a DNF in that first heat race, unfortunately. Paul Braden and Landon Melson starting on row number 4. Afton Willander and Landon Fitz on row number 5. Addie Bamru and Carter Kilgo, your top 6 rows.
McLeod and Long on row 7. Then you have Fitz and Oaks on row 8. Wolf and Chappell. I don't believe Chappell's here, so Wolf is the final driver to round off these 17 drivers.
Yeah, Caden Wolf, I believe he wasn't out there for the qualifying session, so he's starting from the tail end of the field, and looks like everybody's on wet tires here. You see that MG sticker on the outside, the white MG sticker. Again, the biggest tell on if the driver is on wets, if the driver's on dries, and dipping their tires into the water to cool them off just a little bit after that warm-up lap. Track is drying here And again, expect these tires to overheat, so you have to think if your gamble on tire pressure is going to be obviously to your benefit, or going to be your biggest enemy here in this heat race.
And you saw Truly Adams there point to his motor a little bit as they came across the pit straight. So potentially, I hope nothing's wrong with that motor. He could have been even maybe just he could have been taunting about that motor. Maybe a fantastic motor. Who knows? But hopefully nothing is astray, because he does have a very good starting spot, and he wouldn't want to fall short of any points he could possibly grab in this final heat of the day. You see Bryce Frank there. That visor is so fogged up right now, and he has glasses as well, so those could be fogging up as well. That's possibly why he has that visor open, to try and defog those glasses as much as he possibly can. So now, as they're all lined up, it looks pretty good. As far as starting procedures go, I would believe they would get the green flag this time by.
Everybody now lined up, getting set to take the green flag. Frank and Truly Adams on the gas now. Green flag is out. We are racing here in 206. Senior Seville around the outside, looking to get a move done there on Jacob Oliver. Not enough to go on his teammate. Drops a tire into the dirt. Gonna lose a couple here. Oliver now on Kelvin Zing on the inside. He looks to go through for third. Not close enough there for Oliver to get clear on the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy MGM. Everybody single file. Frank, he really needs a good result here to hold on to his championship points lead ahead of Seville, after Seville had a really good first heat race. One driver way out of line there. On the inside, just sends it in a little bit too deep for Gabriel McLeod.
Yeah, and it bogs down everybody behind, as they all had to take avoiding action to not hit McLeod there. So unfortunate from everybody from 13th on back or so. And as you see, Bryce Frank still defending from Truly Adams there. Kelvin Shane closely behind his teammate, trying to potentially split these two drivers away from each other, as you see Kelvin Shane try to put a tighter line, or I should say a higher line on Truly Adams there, and try to get the switch back. But right now, Bryce Frank still pulling a little bit of a gap there. That fighting behind him isn't going to help them at all. Jacob Oliver and Reagan Seville now finding each other on track, and a decent push there from Reagan Seville. He's kind of upset after that little bobble from Jacob there, as they lose a little bit of ground to Kelvin Zing.
Yeah, they lose a little bit of ground there to Kelvin Zing, and just losing time here. But Oliver able to get up to fourth in a much better start to his heat race than what he had for the first one. One driver goes around there, one of the TB carts, the 686 there, the 688, sorry, of Ryan Long, just beached into the grass and can't get help, unfortunately there. So he's going to be out of this one early, and they are trying to drag him back onto the racetrack. But a little bit of change in between the GFCs. Seville goes through and drops the tire once again, and then the respect there in between the two of them puts his hand up in the air and allows his teammate to go back through.
Yeah, things seem to be coming apart with the TKS teammates, as they're trying desperately to catch up to these three right here, and they both have made collectively a few mistakes now. So they're both shaking their heads, both just trying their best to work together and push forward. Reagan has definitely chosen Oliver as the lead in this train, and would prefer to push, because sometimes with certain setups and certain drivers, it is a little bit difficult to push in these certain conditions. And as you see, Truly Adams still putting pressure. He tries to go around the outside of Bryce Frank. Bryce Frank gets a better run on the inside of the racetrack, and Kelvin Zing now going to take advantage of this battling to go up into P2. Truly Adams tries to get the switch back on Kelvin Zing there. You see Reagan now get around Oliver. They tried to switch the order around, see if that works better. And they still have about 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And they're not too far away from the rest of this field. They're only about 2 seconds back from Bryce Frank. So working together, and potentially some more fighting between these two right here, Truly Adams and Kelvin Zing. We'll see Reagan Seville and Jacob Oliver catch back up.
Yeah, we see those two drivers start to close down their gaps. And again, Adams looking to hold on to it around the outside of turn number 11. Just wasn't quite going to make it stick there, and had to hold off and allow Frank to stay in line. And Zing was, I guess, the biggest loser out of that battle. Fell back to third after being in second. So Adams wants to get up there to the front, and he's running double duty this weekend as well. So doing a good job so far for Truly Adams. The KA side of things, obviously didn't find him with a good standing at the end of it after receiving a penalty with contact with Justin Music, but it was for sure a good showing to find him inside of the top 5, and we'll see what the Trackside Karting Services GFCs can do here. Lap times for them seem to be closing in on the top 3, but fastest lap of the race was the last time around for Kelvin Zing, 132.031. For Seville and Oliver, they're winning 132.6s, so about 4/10 off the times of the MGM Espionage at the moment, Rocco.
Yeah, Kelvin Zing sitting pretty right now in 3rd place. You saw him try to get around Truly Adams earlier ago, but now without a choice but to follow Truly Adams and push him back up to his own teammate. So you see Kelvin look over his shoulder right there, and you see as well, Truly Adams dip a few tires in the water, maybe to cool down those outside tires. Maybe it's getting a little bit too greasy there, and he needs to cool them down as this track does run counterclockwise. So the left outside, or should I say right outside tires, may be working a little bit harder than the rest of the go-kart. So might be a little bit of a subtle move there just to, work on the temperature of those tires. As further up, we have fighting for P2. Kelvin Singh holds it around the outside of Truly Adams. So they're still fighting now, still side by side. This is only going to slow them down even more to those two drivers behind as Bryce Frank gains an even bigger advantage.
Yeah, and at what point does Adams start to realize that they're losing time to Reagan Seville and Jacob Oliver here with all the battling, with all the side-by-side action? Seville continues to close down his gap here for the third spot, and I think Adams, after looking over his shoulder, kind of realized that he was like, all right, I have to put my head down and start to work with Kelvin Zing here a little bit, because, again, when you look over, you see Seville start to get closer and closer every single lap and every single corner with the more and more side-by-side action that you put yourself into. So it opens up just a little bit again in between Adams and Seville. So that gap, we'll see what it looks like the next time they cross the stripe. It was about a second the last time around. Again, that's going to be a lot slimmer this time around. So, for Frank, a good showing so far in this heat race to find himself 4/10, half a second up the field. Up the order, a second up the order, I should say, ahead of Kelvin Zing. And you go back to Seville, who's just about a second and a half off, but is going to close down here. Adams looking to go back as well on Kelvin Zing, side by side in between these two drivers. Truly Adams able to get clear. Zing going to slot back in the line, but Seville is definitely on his way here, Rocco. And when you think about who's going to start on the pole position, if Seville can get himself up in a second, that'll put him with the best average going into tomorrow's main event.
Yeah, Truly Adams may have made a decision here that they're not going to catch up to Bryce Frank, and you'd rather keep that P2 position. And as I say that, they start tapping each other's helmets again, but they might be running out of time. As Bryce is quite far up the road, they have to make down about about half a second a lap to catch back up to that front. As you see now, Truly Adams has fully popped that visor up, so definitely struggling with visibility here with the wind and rain also hitting him in the face from that cart up ahead. It might be a little difficult to see as well, but yeah, I mean, he made the choice to flip it back up, didn't like it, and flipped it back down. Now Reagan Seville goes down to the inside of Kelvin Zing, thinks about it, and can't do it. A little bit of a half move there and hurts his pace. You saw Jacob Oliver kind of fade back as well on his teammate in the draft. Just couldn't have enough to hold on to P4. So your top four are starting to sort of split up a little bit, except for second and third, where the fight has been almost all race long. But now with this variable of Reagan Seville in fourth place catching up, if he can get back up to the bumper, which I think he inevitably will, especially with fighting up in front, we could see, as you said, him fight and get a really good starting position for tomorrow. And now Caden Wolf making moves from the back of the grid and around, I believe that was Jensen Harrell. So Wolf with a huge move to work his way up the field.
Yeah, good move there by Caden Wolf to work his way up to 11th. And again, no qualifying for him, really put him on the back foot here this weekend. Jacob Oakes as well inside of the top 15 after leading for a couple of corners at the start of the first heat race on slick tires. Definitely doing a good job to be inside of the top 15 with Parker Fitz right behind him in 15th, and Gabriel Mucleon, unfortunately, with a spin for him, finding him in 16th, and Ryan Long as well with issues early on in this heat, put him way down the order in 17th, last at the moment. But the battle further up in the field, Frank still holding on by about a second to Truly Adams, who is starting to find pace here, but could be a little too late, Rocco, to be finding this type of pace for Truly Adams. He may have enough to get there to the rear bumper of Bryce Frank, but going to be a tall last for that VLR.
Yeah, you look at the visor on Bryce Frank, and it is fogging up so bad. It's crazy that he's holding that lead with such low visibility. On top of that, with those reading glasses he has, so definitely low visibility with all these drivers, even with Truly Adams, who has no glasses. You saw him pop his visor up earlier too. So definitely everybody's struggling with the rain, or should I say the spray and the fog, or
humidity as well.
Humidity, yeah, that's what I meant to say. So now Kelvin Zing still putting the pressure on Truly Adams there. He kind of fades low to cover off Kelvin and then gets back on the racing line for a good exit. Kelvin still on the bumper. He fades as low as he possibly can. Kelvin's there, so he can't move him off the racetrack. He has that position. And as I say that, Truly Adams under braking seems to get the advantage back.
Yeah, Truly Adams able to stay ahead there. Now that gap opens up to 2 car lengths. Zing still fighting against Truly Adams here. And we'll see if what Zing can do. He had a much better exit. He's going to have a much better exit here this time as well. And truly, Adams moves to the bottom of the racetrack. Zing to the top. This is going to hand the heat race victory over to Bryce Frank. Zing looking to set up an over-under move. Adams stuck on the outside. Zing looking to set it up. His rear bumper just right ahead there. He's able to get clear enough in a second.
Yeah, trying to squeeze him down to the inside to compromise his exit for this corner, but he already had the move done, so just decided to move back onto the racing line, and Truly Adams still there, putting pressure on to Kelvin Zing. We're in the final lap, so only a few more corners left to go. Who of these two drivers will take that vice winner spot? We're going to see. I think Kelvin Zing has a little bit of a gap here, but Truly Adams is very good under the brakes. I'm not trying to attest to Kelvin Zing's ability. He is also the silent assassin, a very good driver as well. So now, into the final few corners, Truly Adams down to the inside of Kelvin Zing. He tries to hold it around the outside. A little bit of a tire dip there. They're still side by side going through the chicane. This is the longest battle we've ever seen through these two corners as Bryce Frank takes the win of Heat 2 and taps the side pod. Truly Adams gets P2, and I think Reagan Seville might even get.
Wow.
He almost had P2, but he takes P3 away from Kelvin Zing, who finishes fourth. Jacob Oliver finishing off in P5.
A great finish there by Reagan Seville to come across the line in third. Kelvin Zing, unfortunate end of the battle as those two drivers get together, coming to the finish, and thumbs up from both of them. They're obviously not happy with each other. Wow! That is not what you want to see when you come to a race weekend. That is not a way to solve an issue out on the racetrack. Yeah, very disgusting to see that out on the racetrack here this weekend, to say the least. That being said, we'll take a commercial break. When we come back, more racing action.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
KA Masters out on the racetrack now and getting set to start their second heat race. Kyle Walter, Miguel Mir on row number 1, Evan Kozak and Morgan LeBaron on row 2.
David Brigande and Pierce Baldus on row 3. Row 4 has Brent Harper and Randall Rogers. On row 5, it'll be Thane Morgan and Daniel Howie. Row 6 will be Tyson Knight and Hannah Kozak. Row 7 will be Scott Cherry and Kogan Wright. Udane Din and Neil Faulkner on row number 8.
You go back to row number 9 with Keithan Hutchins and Adamar Caligaro And then Shane Burkett and Tim Wynn rounding up your field here. Your 10 rows, your 20 drivers getting set to take the green flag. The first heat race was all about Kyle Walter. Miguel Mir trying to take the fight, but issues for him in that heat race just plagued him from having a good result. And unfortunate there for him as well, who looks to put himself in a championship contending position, fighting with the driver who's starting on the third row, and Pierce Baldus there, who's starting 6th. So going to be a good heat race here coming up. But a slow crawling start here for Kyle Walter, and continuing to slow the field down even more as we get the green flag now. Walter, a good start. Miguel Mir as well around the outside, able to get a great jump there at the start. He goes to the point of the field, and then side by side with Morgan LeBaron and Kyle Walter. LeBaron on the inside, not close enough into 5 to get that move done. Sorry, into 7 to get that move done. But side by side as well, further back in the field, one of the red speeds, the 386 of Pergande, fighting there with Brent Harper.
Yeah, and as we see further back, we have Neil Faulkner making a little mistake on the exit of turn 8 there, so losing 1 position, potentially 2 there, fighting hard in the midfield. So if we can get an update on our leaders, I believe, Miguel Mir still with a commanding lead over LeBaron and Walter there. So Pergande sitting really good in that P4 position. As they come across the line, we'll get an update on the running order here. I believe that is Walter in P2, LeBaron and Baldus P3 and 4. Farther back, it'll be Harper and Kozak, your top 6. David Pergande, it says he's in P7 right now, so a good position to be in on this opening lap after such fighting happening in that opening lap. So definitely with Pierce Baldus, your points leader, still in a comfortable spot right now. I mean, this is a heat race. There are points technically in this race, so it's still important to have a good finish, especially for tomorrow's main event. Miguel Mir holding on to this lead right now with Kyle Walter still putting the pressure on Miguel Mir. They're all still tightly knit, the top 4, maybe even the top 5, as Harper is now starting to kind of reel in Pierce Baldus here.
Yeah, already starting to reel in Pierce Baldus. Brent Harper having a good showing here on that Kart Republic. First time we saw him out was at the Dallas Kart Complex. Found himself inside of the top 3 there, and again, doing a good job so far in this heat race there for Brent Harper to continue to push his way forward in this one. So good to see there for Brent Harper as well, continuing to work his way up. But again, Morgan LeBaron looking really good there on Kyle Walter. We'll see if LeBaron decides to make a move in a 1. Going to continue to push his teammate along, but for Miguel Mir, starting to pull away just a little bit here, Rocco.
Yeah, and Kozak also trying to catch up to the top 5 right here. If there's any battling, he could definitely get up in that draft and benefit from it quite a lot. Miguel Mir still pulling a few kart lengths between second on back, so quite a good advantage from the start with Miguel Mir. Further back on your screen still. Everybody, I mean, there hasn't been too many changes for position. Everybody has, I mean, it's a recurring theme in KA Masters, how you'll see the drivers more think at the beginning of the race and decide not to, fight more, work together to get up to the front of that pack. But as they see both Kyle Walter and Miguel Mir running off in the distance, as a bit of a gap starts to show between all the drivers, they actually all split up coming through that corner there. So we might see a little bit more battling as this race progresses, but as of right now, it's been pretty tame with all these drivers. A bit of spacing going on here now as we get into the next lap.
Yeah, we get into the next lap here. Miguel Mir still holding off Kyle Walter, and Walter is closing in just a little bit. Miguel Mir was a 10th quicker the last time around. Harper is able to get through now on Pierce Baldus. Harper's up another spot and up in a 4th. Baldus going to fall back to 5th, and this is going to be a good swing in the championship here for Miguel Mir to try and catapult himself ahead of Baldus. It is a big championship point lead for Baldus, but Mir definitely still charging hard with one goal in mind, is keeping that number 1 plate on his go-kart coming into next year.
Yeah, definitely. And as these two drivers in second and third, you see a hand go up, maybe even a thank you. You see some banter from a lot of these drivers. Sometimes, I mean, I wouldn't call that banter, but in previous weekends, we've seen them give each other thumbs up and even communicate during the race just by using hand signals. So it's great to see these drivers race the way they do. They're all adults, so it's awesome. Oh, and by the way, I guess I should say that those are teammates, so they're also working together in that regard to catch up to the leader. But as they get around these corners, You see Miguel Amir pulling an even bigger gap. Now as he makes a mistake, Miguel Amir makes a mistake and drops the tire. The two teammates go around, and even Harper's going to make a position, so a huge mistake for Miguel Amir there, falling all the way into P4.
Yeah, Miguel Amir wanted to stop the bleeding there with Brent Harper and trying to slot his way back through, but Harper just had a really good run. They're on the exit of the two championship contenders going side by side now on the back straightaway. Miguel Amir to the bottom of the racetrack. Ballness on the outside. Mir looking to hold on to it here. Ballness not going to be able to hold on to it around the outside, looking to send it. Not close enough in turn 12. Miguel Amir going to hold on to the fourth spot.
You saw how deep Miguel Amir was on the brakes there. He was twitching his go-kart as the teammates now are starting to fight really hard, and slots back inside to P2 does LeBaron, but yeah, Miguel Amir deep on those brakes. You saw how loose the rear end of it was of that kart, trying to get back around Pregande up in front. The fight is starting to kick off, however, with Harper and the two teammates. They were side by side a moment ago. Maybe now they're trying to calm down as they have the potential to pull away from 4th and 5th. And as I say that, I might have just ate my own words before even thinking, because those are our two championship leaders. Those are probably the fastest drivers we have, so any fighting up in the front will definitely invite those two drivers back into the play here. Harper sitting pretty in P3, doing nothing but waiting for something to happen with these two up in front.
Yeah, those two up in front. Brent Harper looking to split up the high five performance teammates here. Morgan LeBaron and Kyle Walter. LeBaron now wanting to go ahead of his teammate. He's going to get it done into turn number 8. A little bit of a slide there. LeBaron has to make sure he doesn't overcook it, and he does. So that attempt was failed, unfortunately, there for Morgan LeBaron, the mustache man. You have to fall back in a second. And I guess I can't really call him the mustache man anymore. He showed up this weekend with a clean shave, and when I asked him, he just said the wife likes him more that way. So unfortunate to see the mustache go away, but good to see him, happy wife, happy life nonetheless there for Morgan LeBaron. And happy to see him in second as well in his return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So LeBaron able to hold on there. Brent Harper in third as well. But you said, again, the two championship contenders seem to be just a little bit quicker than the top two. They were a 10th off, but they are closing in with the battling that is going on with your top three.
Yeah, LeBaron with a clean shave. I have nothing but a mustache right now, so I might even ask him to surrender that title over to me if he doesn't decide to grow that mustache back. I mean, mine, it's bald. I mean, it's not. I am bald, but it's blonde, so it disappears in the sunlight. It wasn't as magnificent as his was, but I guess he doesn't think that either, as he shaved his off. So your top three, as I'm spitting bars right now, all is still really close together. Yeah, so with Walter still in the lead, LeBaron, is he going to make a move into turn 8? Is Harper going to make a move? 4th and 5th now, still side by side. Pierce tried to make a move on Miguel Amir there, but Miguel is going to hold on to P4.
Yeah, Miguel's able to hold on here. And Rocco, I mean, I can't help but smile, dude. You always bring the laughter and the joy into the booth whenever we do share it together. So good to see it there. And we'll have to have a talk with Morgan LeBaron after and see if you can take the mustache man name going into next year. I know you'll be back this year, but
I don't think I deserve it.
Well, there you have it. And again, Morgan LeBaron just putting his teammate back by for the lead of this race. He goes a little wide there on the exit of 1. White flag in the air this time by the final lap around, and a huge gap up to Kyle Walter as Brent Harper and LeBaron go side by side all the way up to turn 3. LeBaron looking to hold on to it on the inside. Not going to be enough there. Harper able to get it done around the outside.
Super deep on the outside. They're able to hold that grip and get around LeBaron for P2. An awesome move to get there. Further back with both Miguel Amir and Baldis, it seems to kind of calm down a little bit as there's a gap between those two. So the fighting has subsided for now. If he gets anywhere near there, near Miguel Amir, it will definitely kick back off again, as you see Mir looking over his shoulder frantically to see where Pierce Baldis is as far as distance-wise. And now Harper makes a little bit of a mistake. LeBaron going to get back down on the inside. Mir also defending. Harper gets deep on the brakes and holds that P2 position. A very late breaker, as we see in this race here from Harper. A very good defensive drive from that driver to hold on to P2. LeBaron may have to settle for P3. We'll see as they come into this final corner. LeBaron deep down on the inside, can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this racetrack is drying, which is what granted LeBaron to get up there, and for Brent Harper as well. Now on the bumper of Kyle Walter coming to the checkered flag. Side by side, Harper is able to get it done on the exit of 13. Brent Harper wins on the Kart Republic. He's going to win heat race number 2 in KA Masters. Walter crosses the line in second. Morgan LeBaron rounds up your top 3.
In 4th will be Miguel Amir, and Pierce Baldis not able to get around the championship fight with Miguel Amir. Kozak in 6th place, Wright 7th, Neil Faulkner in 8th, Caligaro in 9th, and Randy Rogers in P10.
Go back with Wynn, Pergande, Kozak, Din, Hutchins, Howie, your 16 top drivers here in this one. Peyton Morgan, 17, Trevor Knight, 18, and Scott Cherry, Mr. Rimrock himself, crossing the line here in 19. Checker flag again up in the air, no pickup, and no commercial here, but we'll quiet on the airwaves here to rest our voice a little bit. It's been a wild weekend of racing, a wild day of racing so far, Rocco, and again, just a little break for me and you. Welcome back here to on-track action from Amarillo Kart Complex. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here, Rocco Ruzic, as we get set to go green with your 206 juniors and your 206 heavies. Lubbock's own RJ Guajardo, unfortunately, splitting around at the start of his heat race. He's starting on the pole again, but They need a good finish here to end up with a good average going into the main event tomorrow. Chris Tracy as well, not the best of heat races for him. He found himself in second. Arena was able to take the win in that one. Chris Tracy, Arena starting on row number 1 in their heat race. Ramirez and Maui Angel on row number 2.
Yeah, and on the final row will be Green and Johnson, and then when we go to the heavies, it'll be RJ Guajardo and Madison Knox on the front row, Chris White and Gomez on the second row.
You got a Bill Balish and David Roddy, a TV Kart South lockout of their row. You go back to Christopher Ramke, Nick Miller, the Maverick, Hester starting 15th, and Zeren Lee as well there. Going to start Shotgun Charlie on the field here. But again, we go on. 2 races going on at once. We'll do our best to hold on to all the racing action live here. Again, a huge shout out for those of you guys that are in the live chat and whatnot. Don't forget to give a huge shout out to our camera guys that have weathered the storm here today, have gotten their feet wet, socks wet, and I'm sure their hands were super cold as well, holding on to these cameras in this weather. So a huge shout out to all of them. But racing action getting set to come underway. Chris Tracy able to get it done on the start of this one. Side by side in between Arena and Shelby Ramirez for the second spot. Arena able to hold on in a second. He slots back in line. Maui Angel out of nowhere up in a third for the Arcane driver. He's able to get up to third.
Yeah, real good aggressive start there from Angel. You saw Arena lost his teammate last heat race, so he definitely has a better start this time of finding his teammate on the racetrack, and hopefully they both can find each other on the track and check out. And now we have the green. For your 206 heavies, Madison Knox takes the first turn. A heavy steering input, maybe a little bit of understeer coming into that corner. So still with the lead, Chris White on the inside. Is Chris going to take the lead? I believe so. Good run from Chris White down into the second corner, or should I say turn 7, to take the lead in the 206 heavy class. One driver a little bit wide, drops the tire. Madison Knox demoted into P2. You see Nick Miller there, another driver fighting in the championship, trying to find his way up as one driver shoots out way far out of the racetrack. That was the 532 of Lee. And Chris Tracy makes a mistake into turn 2, and Robert Arena gets around. Angel still with them there. A lot of pace now from Heat 1 coming into Heat 2.
Yeah, Tracy just completely clobbered that curve in turn 2, and it almost like skateboard, and it was like almost like a rim ride there for Chris Tracy, that he went over the turn number 2 curve and lost the spot there to Robert Arena. So Arena able to take the lead of this one. Maui Angel up in a third, and this kid only been driving for 2 months in what is probably his 4th race now, 5th race I should say, because he was at the Stars Night Fight. He's doing a good job to be inside of the top 3, and for Shelby Ramirez, the driver who sits in 4th with Green right behind her. Mia Johnson, your field here in junior. But Christopher White, who had issues in the first heat race, to be in the lead of the race. I mean, he was getting lapped in the first heat race in the very, very tricky conditions. To be in the lead of his race, doing a good job. And I spoke too soon because Madison Knox goes back to the top. Gomez is up to 2nd. Roddy goes up to the 3rd spot. Ramke is able to get up to 4th. And a wild turn of events here on some sort of issue there for Christopher White to fall down the order here. Still a very damp racetrack that probably just bit back, unfortunately, there on the TB card.
Yeah, we had a little fighting in the midfield for the 206 juniors. I would assume that Mia Johnson may have gotten around the TBs as they were fighting coming through this time, this part of the track last time by. Now the 515 of Ramke going to go down the inside of Roddy there to take that. I mean, I think that is the 3rd place position there. With the ticker, it's a little bit hard to find out positions with this 206 heavy class, so I'm trying to count as best as I can.
Wow.
And 3 wide coming in to the turn 11 complex.
Yeah, that was very sketchy there between those 3 drivers all getting in line now. White going to be the driver who's up in a 3rd. Ramke in a 4th, looking to go in on the inside of White. Not close enough there in that corner. White goes way wide there on the exit. Ramke looking to set up an over-under. He's able to get clear before the start-finish straight.
Green off of the racetrack on the right side of your screen there. Unfortunate finish to his race day. He'll have to pack up and try to recuperate for tomorrow. But up in front in your 206 heavy class, both Madison Knox and Gomez starting to pull away from the rest of this field of Ramke and White. White was able to get around Roddy as well there, so up into P4 after that incident that we weren't able to see that forced him from the lead all the way down into P5. It's still tightly knit with your 206 heavy class. I mean, there's 4 drivers in this lead pack. There's 2 closely behind that could fall into the pack if there's any big fighting happening soon. So still a lot to happen in this 206 race. Now you have Gomez going from the outside, or should I say now around the outside of Madison Knox there to take P1 in the 206 heavy class.
Yeah, and there goes Christopher White looking to go through as well. He's side by side with Remke. Not able to get a good enough run to get himself up in a third. Remke holds on to that spot, and then further back, David Roddy for the TB Kart South team in 5th. Closes down the gap to the top 4. So he's doing a good job here, but Madison Knox a little wide there on the exit there of turn number 9. And Remke has a good run there as well, side by side between Knox and Christopher White into turn number 11. Knox going to slot back in line again, but now let's check back in with your 206 juniors of Robert Arena and Chris Tracy, who are battling there. That gap opens up a little bit, but it did seem that they were very, very close last time around, Rocco.
Yeah, they are very close. Still, as you can see on your screen, I mean, they may have had a little bit of a gap, but they're back 1 and 2 very close together. I mean, they were 1 and 2 earlier. I mean, it's not like that changed. Robert Arana with that lead. They are coming down to the closing stages of this Heat 2 fight, and there's nobody else behind them to really worry about except for Angel, who could be a factor if they start to fight like crazy here. So we'll see if Chris Tracy wants to work with his teammate until the 2 sticks to go. Only time will tell. Right now, it is a runaway with your TKS drivers. Arcane in 3rd, TB and CRG 4th and 5th. It's cool to see how many manufacturers can come out on the racetrack, especially at a regional series like the TSRS Sprint Racing Series. It has grown so much recently, especially in the previous years with all these teams coming into play. And even in Kid Kart, we've seen teams start to get involved in these kinds of races. So it's very cool to see. Now back checking in on your 206 heavy class. Madison Knox has fallen way far behind from your lead pack with Gomez leading the charge, Ramke and Chris White 2nd and 3rd.
Ramke and Christopher White still battling it out here, and there goes White slowing out of line with a much better exit out of turn number 9, but Ramke just seems to have a little bit more top end here when they get to the back straightaway to try and get ahead of Christopher White, but slots back in a line, and you see a big bobble there into the braking zone. For Christopher White, he's able to hold on to it. Roddy going to lose the spot there to Nick Miller, who slots up into the 5th spot.
Yeah, right behind his competition for the championship there, Madison Knox. So we'll see if there's any moves there. Chris White up in front, tries to make the move down on Gomez. We can't see if the move was made, but we'll see as they come through. Oh my goodness, Ramke and Chris White out of this race here.
Yeah, those 2 drivers were battling, and the bad luck continues here for Christopher White off the racetrack for the 2nd time already on this Saturday afternoon. A DNF in heat race number 1 and what looks to be a DNF in heat race number 2 as well, Rocco.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Gifting both Nick Miller and Madison Knox a few more positions for their points. I mean, they're still next to each other on the racetrack, so the points between them will be very marginal, but I bet Nick Miller wants to get that advantage no matter what for tomorrow on starting positions. So, I mean, as you see now, Madison Knox fades low on the racetrack. Nick Miller still trying to find a way around, goes high. Will there be a switchback here if Madison Knox fades a little, or my mistake, kind of drifts a little wide there? Nick Miller still on the bumper. There potentially be a move into turn 8, and no move whatsoever there.
Yeah, not a move there for Madison Knox or Nick Miller to get that done, but for Madison Knox, the championship points leader, she really just needs to have a smooth sailing weekend and hold on to that championship points lead as they're going to go continue to battle. But for Ryan Gomez, the driver who I've raced against a couple of times this year, a good pace, and to find himself in the lead of a race in his first TSRS start is definitely a good showing, Rocco.
Yeah, it's really cool to see with Gomez there. So with a very, very comfortable lead as they get the 2 sticks to go. So far up ahead from this pack right here that's fighting for a second on back. And Madison Knox with a very, very big slide. You see Nick Miller now with a good exit gets on the outside of Madison Knox for this next corner, turn 3 here. So fully ahead. And David Roddy's going to get the draft as well. They're both going to pull past Madison Knox there for 2nd and 3rd. David Roddy with a second life in this race. You can see that his visor is also cracked. Tinted visor might be fogging up as well. Low visibility still with all this humidity and so forth. So, and as we now go back to your leaders in the junior class, Arana and Tracy still glued together on the racetrack. It seems that Angel, a little bit of a slide there by Arana. Angel able to hold that 5-second gap, so he hasn't really been falling back. He just hasn't had any help to move forward at all. So it's definitely with the white flag this time by a gloves off situation between these 2 teammates. So we're going to see a lot of fighting between 2 as Chris Tracy now goes down the inside of Robert Arana to take P1. A little bit of a bobble there. He gets a little loose. Robert Arana pushes on the bumper because he has nowhere else to go. So Chris Tracy, now your leader, holds the inside. Robert Arana tries to get a switch back, but Chris Tracy moves back smartly at the last moment to get as good of a run as he possibly can, as we have 1/2 of a lap left to go, Caleb.
Half a lap to go left in this race, and everybody still continuing to battle here. The battle for 206 Heavy as well, continuing to ramp up. And this one as well, Chris Tracy, the 2 Trackside Karting Services GMC, Robert Arana right alongside him. Who can set up an over-under move? Arana can't. Tracy defended that beautifully there into turn number 8 on the exit of 9 now. Arana gonna have a good run here on the exit. Tracy gonna keep it stuck on the bottom of the racetrack. What can Arana do on his teammate? We've called him the 8-wheeled go-kart before this year, Rocco, but not going to be. They're going to split up here, and Arana on the inside there in the last corner. Tracy looking to set up an over-under. Side by side in a 12. Arana's in the lead of this race. Tracy going to need a huge run on the exit to try and take away a heat race victory. Arana going to crowd him. Not going to be enough, though. Arana going to win heat race number 2 in 206 Junior. Tracy across the line in second. Maui Angel across the line in third. Further back here for your 206 Heavies. A good showing for Ryan Gomez to continue to pull away from Nick Maverick Miller, who's having a really good showing here so far in the second heat race. Unfortunate heat race number 1 for Nick, but this second one has been much better there for the Maverick to put himself in a podium spot and with a good average going into tomorrow's main event. So Ryan Gomez, a first weekend in TSRS racing action and a first heat race victory in his regional racing career. Gomez going to put it on the top step in 206 Heavy. Nick Miller next across the line here in second. David Roddy in the 511 going across third, and you see Nick Miller pumped up about that one, and a good result for him nonetheless. Madison Knox there again crossing here shortly in fourth, and for Christopher Ramke goes around again, a driver who found himself inside of the top 5, top 3, battling for podium places. Unfortunate there for Ramke, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. As you saw another driver slap the steering wheel as they came across the line. Definitely disappointed with that right there. And now I think we're going to go to a quick commercial break. And as we come back, it'll be 206 Cadet this next out.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
206 Cadet out on the racetrack now as they work their way out here. And again, your field here, 2 classes set to go here. Your field, Tanner Barsh, Tyler Morowak on row number 1, Dean Gear and Dutch Westbrook on row 2.
On row 3, it'll be Addison Wyatt and Marshall Steves. Row 4 is going to be Theodore Mitchell and Benjamin Osborne. And on row 5, it'll be Dustin Strayer and Wyatt White.
Then you go back to Simon Jack Klein and Brandon Barsh, Tyler Blackwood and Jensen Willinger on row number 7. Evangelis Vargas starting 15 on that factory car truck at Charlie on the field.
And as they come around for their warm-up lap, they'll have the final heat race of the day. We were going to have 3 originally, but now just down to 2, which makes these 2 heat races a little bit more heavy on finishing positions. You really want to make sure that these 2 heat races count for tomorrow in the final race. So as you see, the drivers all start to queue up on the starting lineup, I should say, with your field. Both Tanner Barsh and Tyler Morowak, your 2 front row sitters. We'll see when they come around through turn 6 who will come out on top. Dutch Westbrook been very quick in the Swift classes and also very quick in the 206 Cadet class, but a little bit of a he faded off a little bit in Heat 1 and was only able to stay in, I believe, 4th place after the leaders were able to pull a bit of a gap and spread out on each other. So we'll see what changes up in this Heat 2 race. I'm hoping to see a little bit more close together and tight racing, and definitely clean racing, Caleb.
Yeah, no, that's the biggest thing, right? We want to see some clean racing. We want to see some good racing action as well from all the drivers out there on the racetrack. Looks like everybody in the field has opted to go for slick tires here in this one. So good for everybody, almost on the same page, we should say. But Tanner Barsh, Marshall Steves, into the start box we go. Green flag in the air. Westbrook looks to split up the field there. A couple of drivers get together. Westbrook is launched with Dean Gear, your Heat 1 race winner. Those 2 cannot come unglued here. Unfortunate there for Westbrook and Gear. Still lodged together there, Rocco, and gonna have to get some help to come unstuck. But Barsh already at the bottom of the racetrack, looking to defend here from Marshall Steves in second. From Tyler Morowak. Marshall Steves, the driver, who's up to 3rd. A good drive up the field for Steves from starting back in 6th.
Yeah, you saw both Gary there and Westbrook, 2 drivers that were up in the top 4 in Heat 1, getting stuck together and really ruining any hopes they had of having a good start off this race. I mean, they may still be able to make up a few positions if they just get on with it and potentially even work together to try and make up as much time as they possibly can, because they still have about 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Not too much time, but just enough to maybe salvage a little bit here. Now Tanner Barsh comes across the line. He held on to that lead there with Morowak in P2, and now they're on slick tires, so dipping a tire in the puddle is definitely not good for your grip levels. It could even destroy your exit, as now maybe after dipping that tire at Aston Wyatt, get a much better exit and get into 3rd place there, with Theodore Mitchell following closely behind in 5th place.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt's up to 3rd, and again, we aren't too sure exactly who's on slicks, who's on wets, but from the look at the rims here, we can almost kind of tell that Aston Wyatt either seems to be on slicks or just is using those black rims on that PSL karting, on that Burrell Art Trackside Karting Services machine, with his teammate right behind him in Marshall Steves. And Simon Jack Klein, a good recovery for him to be up in 5th. So a good drive for a couple of these drivers to find themselves working with some good gains so far in this one. Theo Mitchell is another driver, the MSL racing driver, to find himself up in a 6th. Good for him to be up fighting for the last of the podium places. Simon Jack Klein looking on the inside. He's able to get clear of Theo Mitchell. And again, here, Rocco, this race, and you saw Tanner Barsh kind of swerving down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going over the puddles to kind of keep those wet tires nice and cool.
Well, I mean, if they're on the wet tires, it's definitely in your best interest to keep those tires as cool as possible. As you said, I was more assuming that these drivers would have been on slicks by now, but if they're dropping tires, dipping tires, I mean, that's definitely a good clue to let us know. So as we come across the line now, your 2 leaders are pulling away quite well, as, oh my goodness, Morowak has a huge slide coming through turn 1 and turn 2. And oh my goodness, wow, that's Marshall Steves going around in turn 1, so going to lose a lot of positions. There's Westbrook going by, and I believe Gary are a little bit further back down the grid. So now, back up in the front, the drivers have all spread out, especially after Morowak had that little mistake going through turn 1, so it'll be thinly spread between Barsh, Morowak, and Wyatt. Here on your screen now was the closest fight that we have. It's Klein and, I believe, Theodore Mitchell.
And again, the lights are on here at Amarillo Kart Complex after what's a very, very dark end to the day here. And It's almost a darker racetrack when you get over here, but a very nice and well lit racetrack here in the infield section, the short track that they have here at Amarillo Kart Complex. A couple of drivers already making moves. Simon Klein able to recover there into what looks to be just the 7th spot ahead of Ureli Vargas. And everybody else working their way through. Sorry, Yerman Gelis Vargas, who's up to 7th now. 8 spots gained for that driver. A good drive for the factory kart machine to find herself up the order in that 207.
Yeah, Westbrook passing drivers with ease now. You saw as he came around the last time by, he was in the back of that pack. You're going to see how many positions he gained from 13th place once he comes back around. So definitely a fantastic drive from Dutch Westbrook. We know he's fast for sure, but we didn't know he was that fast, able to get up so many positions off that start. Well, now you have... There's Westbrook on our screen. So there's Klein as well. He's making up a few positions. I believe he went from 13th all the way up to 9th now. As we have a spin, that gives one more position to Barsh. 2 spins. Theodore Mitchell as well goes off from P5. Spins out, and we have another spin with Marshall Steves.
On here, Rocco. Insane. Into turn number 1. 4 drivers off the racetrack. 4 drivers facing the wrong way here. And all of them trying to get that dirt off of their tires here. And just a little bit of swerves there for those drivers to clean off all the dirt and dust that they collected there on their off-track excursions.
Yeah, incredible thing happening in turn 1 with all those drivers just spinning out there. You know, it could even be sometimes, we've seen a few reactionary spins where drivers are trying to avoid others and they get on the brakes a little too hard, and that's how they lock up. So very unfortunate to see all those drivers drop out, but for Westbrook, it's very fortunate to see because he wants all those free positions and try to salvage what he has lost off that start. Now, Tanner Barsh and Morwick closer than we've seen in previous laps, right on there with a minute plus 2 laps to go. I would be pretty surprised to see a move here at this moment in the race because there's such a gap behind. They don't want to add a 3rd driver to this race. They want to pull away, but it is Aston Wyatt in 3rd, a driver who is pretty hard to pull away from, especially whenever he is on form like he always is. So now across the line again, Tanner Barsh and Morwick trying their best. As you see Morwick again, a little bit of a slide there. Turn 1 still seems to be very slick there. So still treacherous conditions out there, Caleb.
Yeah, very, very treacherous here. And again, we are expecting this to get even crazier when we get into the KA Senior Heat race whenever there is rain expected in about 10 minutes time. So we hope that holds off and allows these drivers to put in one good heat race before we go into the break until tomorrow morning, where we go back with the warm-up in the main event. But Tanner Barsh holding strong here with Marshall Steves, Tyler Morwick right behind him in the 2nd spot. Morwick just hasn't been able to get a move done on Tanner Barsh. Barsh gonna move over, try to defend here into turn number 7. A triple apex here. Very obviously the exact replica of the one that we have at the Istanbul F1 track over in Turkey. But these drivers continue to battle. A little bit of bumper there from Steves onto Barsh. These 2 drivers have been really good in the wet weather. And pulling away from Aston Wyatt here, who sits in 3rd, Rocco.
You can see a little bit of a dry line start to form on the racetrack, as you can see a little bit of a lighter gray path going through the track. If you look to the left-hand side of this track right now on screen, both Morwick and Tanner Barsh deciding not to defend or fight going through that corner now as they go get the 2 sticks in the air, I believe, this time by. So 2 laps to go as they cross the finish line. Aston Wyatt sort of being caught by Simon Klein there, so a little bit of a fight might come off for P3. As you see, a little bit of a slide there from Tanner Barsh. Morwick gets into the bumper of him to push him forward, so he taps his helmet. They both look over their shoulders. We'll see if Morwick's looking for the move. Maybe not just yet. He needs to time it perfectly if he wants to keep Aston Wyatt from getting back up into this fight. But if he goes around Tanner Barsh, Barsh definitely won't sit pretty in P2 and just let them coast off into the finish without Aston Wyatt catching up. He's going to want to cause an issue or force the issue with these drivers to try and hold on to this heat win. So as we go through the final few corners of this midsection of the track before they get on to the back straightaway, Tanner Barsh still holds the advantage on Tyler Morwick.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh still holds on to the advantage here, but Morwick looking to make a move here in an 8, just doesn't have a good enough run there on the exit of 7 to really get a good enough exit. A driver who does, though, Simon Jack Klein there in 3rd on the inside of turn number 8. He's able to get clear on Aston Wyatt, and Simon Klein found himself facing the wrong way earlier on this race here, Rocco.
I believe that might be because he was on slick tires. Look at the lap time. He's about 3 seconds quicker than anybody else on the racetrack right now. It's a pretty incredible difference to be a part of. So now as we come to the white flag, we could see Simon Klein even take it all the way up to the front with this fight. As they're starting to fight up in front, Simon Klein is right there. He's definitely not 3 seconds back. With those slick tires and the gamble he took, it may have not seemed like the right choice at the beginning of this race, but it's definitely starting to look like it now as your drivers are starting to struggle up in front with both temperature and grip levels as you see them start to fish at the wheel, and you see Morowick pull into the outside. Tanner Barsh is going to defend here. Simon Klein is going to get invited right into this battle.
This is exactly what Simon Jack Klein needs to get up to the lead battle, into this lead pack. He was 3 seconds quicker than the 2 drivers ahead. Dutch Westbrook, big contact for him. He's off the racetrack. We'll hope that Dutch is doing all right here, but the battle for the lead continue to ramp up here, side by side. Morowick on the outside, Barsh on the inside. Simon Jack Klein, who's a lot quicker than the top 2, looking to get into the mix here. Needs to find a dry patch around the outside. Simon Jack Klein to the lead.
What a gamble from Simon Jack Klein to take those slick tires and take it all the way back up to the front, even after spinning out in the early stages of this raceway. They have no idea what just happened as they got blown the doors off by Simon Klein there to take the lead. So these 2 drivers on wet tires, and even all their drivers from back, we see no other driver with a time difference like this one. So what a payoff for using those slick tires as he comes across the back straight into the final few corners. Turn 11 now. Will there be any moves? Morowick goes down the inside to try and cover off Tanner Barsh there. I don't think he's going to be able to make a move on Morowick there as Simon Klein takes the final few corners in this Heat 2 to take the win in 206 Cadet. What a drive and what a decision and what a gamble for Simon Klein. Across the line, 2 wide there for Morowick and Tanner Barsh. Morowick getting the advantage, going P2, Barsh 3rd, Wyatt 4th.
And for all of those KA seniors on the fence line and getting ready to go out for the final of their heat races here tonight, that just shows you what tire is going to be better whenever you get into your second heat race here. But a good showing for a lot of them. Simon Jack Klein takes the win here. Morowick 2nd, Barsh 3rd, Aston Wyatt 4th, Dusty Strayer across the line P5 for the rookie. Benjamin Osborne in 6th, Theo Mitchell in 7th, Brendan Barsh in 8th, Vargas 9th, Marshall Steves 10th, Willinder, Gearier, Westbrook, and up and out of the go-kart now for Dutch, so he is okay and is doing all right in 14th. Unfortunately, not finishing this one either could Tyler Blackwood, your top 15. Pickup getting set to come underway when we come back. KA Senior next on the docket in the final heat race of the weekend.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give
Your KA seniors out onto the racetrack on what's been a very, very soggy Saturday here today. Your KA seniors are out on the racetrack, and everybody out there is on slick tires. Again, everybody out there is on slick tires, nobody on wets. And when we look at the radar, there is a storm looming in the area that could throw a wrench at this entire race. Peyton Phillips is going to start this one out. Why he's not up here, Rocco. But this is going to be a wild race if the rain does pour down as it continues. You need to make sure you got whatever setup that you have in it. Make sure it's going to be fast. Make sure it's going to stick onto the racetrack if and when this rain does come. Let's run you down your starting order. Aiden Rudolph and Peyton Phillips on row number 1.
On row number 2, it'll be Truly Adams and Jesus Vasquez Jr. On row 3, it'll be Music. And oh my goodness,
wow.
a bunch of drivers going off. So turn 1 still very slick for all these drivers on slick tires. You saw Musgrave go off, Cohen Summers, and a few others. So it is still very treacherous out there on this track for all these drivers as you see more. I mean, this is just the warm-up lap, and people are already struggling. So by the time we get under green, we might see a bit of chaos here in your K100 senior class.
Again, slicks are the preferred tire here for this race. And I see why, but it's still very damp. You need to be careful. You need to tiptoe your way around here if you want to hold on to it. And everybody's still looking to work their way to the tail end of the pack. And we'll see if we go green here this time around. Aiden Rudolph on the gas now. We're going to punch it. Green flag in the air. Peyton Phillips around the outside. Gets it done into turn number 6. He's able to get clear. Rudolph in a second. And again, Phillips not in championship contention here this weekend. So he just wants to come out here and win. And he does have fresher tires than the rest of the field. As well as everybody else as well who ran wets earlier on today. But side by side all the way throughout this field, a couple of drivers getting themselves into some battles. And already Phillips leads from Aiden Rudolph back to Truly Adams and Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, as you see now on your screen, that is Justin Music going down the inside of Jake French there. I believe the contact there between him and Jesus Vasquez Jr., just a little clip as they came to the corner. So good that nobody got spun around there from that contact. You see Aiden Rudolph catching rapidly up to the back of Peyton Phillips. Peyton had a fantastic start ripping that high side as now you see, I think that is Truly Adams making a mistake in turn 1. Just watching a little bit too wide and really having to slow that cart down to keep it on the racetrack now, falling into the clasp of Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's going to easily take that third place position off his hands.
Jesus Vasquez Jr. able to get up in a third, and again, that line is still very, very slick there. Rudolph able to get ahead of Peyton Phillips this time around, and these two just have to keep it on the racetrack and work together to keep Jesus Vasquez Jr. at bay. And you heard the respect that Phillips has for Aiden Rudolph and Jesus, and he says they absolutely deserve to be there running for a championship as both of them drop a tire off the racetrack. You see the sparks start to fly, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. finds himself in second to the driver who he's fighting for the championship. And there goes Adrian Cruz on Billy Musgrave. Cruz not able to start the first heat race here earlier on today with some mechanical failure that put him out of contention. But still, a lot of battling here. The factory cart's pushing Jesus Vasquez Jr. along. French looking to split it up. Thinks better of it, slots back in the line.
Yeah, what a quick change of events for Peyton Phillips there. He slot back in around, I would say, P6. So he's still within the fight. Justin Music there trying to defend from Peyton Phillips. I don't think he's close enough to make a move on Music, though. So Music still very close up with Jake French and Truly Adams. Truly starting to fall under pressure between him and Jake French, up in the lead now with Aiden Rudolph and Jesus Vasquez Jr. as he goes down the inside of Aiden. Two of our points leaders fighting for the championship in this week, and you see Jesus go down the inside. So Aiden being very dominant on this racetrack, and we see how good he is here, is being thwarted by Jesus Vasquez Jr. as, I think a little bit of contact there. You saw Jesus Vasquez Jr. kind of rock back, not enough to really unsettle him. I don't think that was intentional, so very good that they're still able to hold it together and race cleanly up in the front. And they're definitely pulling away from this pack from behind that is rampant right now, as Justin Music actually finds himself in third now, but it's going to quickly be extinguished by Jake French.
Yeah, French is able to get through there on Justin Music. Phillips is in there as well, but for Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Aiden Rudolph, every single time that those two hit the racetrack, they show you why they're battling for a Texas Sprint Racing Series champion. They show you why they're first and second in this championship, because they maximize every single session to the max here. They found themselves fighting in NOLA earlier on this year. They fought again in the second round at Speed Force Racing Park, where Vasquez came victorious, and then at Crescent, Texas as well, where the two of them made a couple of contacts. As Jake French off the racetrack in turn number 2. French is off, Music is off, Adams is off. What is going on here? So a very, very slick turn number 1 here, Rocco.
Yeah, when Jake French washed up the racetrack, oh my goodness, Cruz with a big move there down the inside of JD Lamping and Billy Musgrave, but you saw Jake French get a little bit wide there, and Truly Adams had to avoid him, so he went onto the grass and lost a bit of time to, I believe, Justin Music in third there. Justin ran wide as well, but with that incident from behind, it seems that he had a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card there up in front. Aiden Rudolph still glued to the bumper of Jesus Vasquez Jr. He may sit there, and as I say that, I eat my words. Aiden Rudolph jumps out of his seat and then switches back to get the better run. Jesus Vasquez Jr. has to compromise by going down to the middle of the track. They're side by side for a second, still switching lines. Jesus Vasquez Jr. still with that lead.
Yeah, and we look and wait on here. Dallas Dunlap going to let both Vasquez and Rudolph through here in this turn. Not going to be close enough there for Dunlap, who is going to dive into the pit lane here and getting me out of this session early after contact for him earlier on, putting him out of contention. But Rudolph and Jesus Vasquez Jr. are still pushing each other along, and I shouldn't say working together because they've been fighting this entire time, but those two making it out of turn number 2 very nicely there. Still a very, very wet line. Everything there in turn 2. That entire run is damp. There is no dry line in turn 2, but the rest of the racetrack is dry. That's why they're running the dry tires here, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to sacrifice one corner to benefit from the rest of the track. That's what we saw Simon Clyde do in the previous race, and now in third place, you see Aiden look over his shoulder, and it was the last thing he wants to see. Peyton Phillips on a charge. Back up to your top 2. He has a handful of pace. He's even put the fastest lap down by a huge margin, almost a second quicker than your leaders. They put down a 1:13.6. He put down a 1:12.5. So Peyton Phillips on a rampage right now, catching up to your leaders. We'll see what he can do when he catches up. He's already there, so down this back straight, we'll see what kind of advantage Peyton Phillips has. Is it top end? Is it low end? Is it in the corner? Only time will tell. Jesus Vasquez Jr. still with the lead. Is Aiden going to make a move? Is Peyton going to make a move? I think Aiden's going to do it, and Peyton's going to try and follow him through. Never mind. Peyton switches back in. Aiden takes the position from Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, Peyton able to be there in the third spot. Aiden up into the lead. Vasquez to second. And it's just fitting that the top 3 in the championship are top 3 on the racetrack now in the most treacherous conditions that we've seen all year long. Rudolph just a little wide there on the exit of 2. Who is Phillips going to push? He's going to push Vasquez along. And again, Rudolph knows it. You can't afford to make a mistake like that when you're in the lead of the race. And he just did the veteran move, let them both pass, and going to have to recollect, put your head down, and try and catch back up to the top 2 here. Both of them fighting for championships. So going to need to maximize your points as much as you can. But we're getting close to the last couple of laps of this race. Next time by, 2.6 in the air.
Yeah, and as you saw last time by, our fastest lap came from Troy Adams in P5, so definitely still a bunch of fast drivers who could catch back up and fight for the win. But as I say that, they're starting to spread out a lot as Aiden and Jake French start to fight. Peyton Phillips looking down on the inside of Jesus Vasquez Jr. He tries to cover it off, but he can't. Peyton Phillips gets that inside, and with a great exit, holds the lead from Jesus Vasquez Jr. Still a big gap between them and Aiden Rudolph and Jake French. Those two need to work together if they're going to catch back up to these top 2 or hope for some more battling. As we see, Peyton Phillips doesn't defend. Jesus doesn't go for the move. So a little bit less of time gained with no fighting up in front. And now I think we're going to come to the 2.6 to go this time by with the timer running out. So Peyton Phillips still with this lead. You saw him fall a little bit back to 6th place off the start whenever he dropped the tire in turn 7, but now side by side with Jesus Vasquez Jr. A good exit from Jesus. He takes the lead off the straight. You saw Peyton make a little bit of contact and apologize there to Jesus, and now Jake French of all people finds himself in P3.
Yeah, Rudolph has some sort of issue. I saw him there on the main straightaway pointing at something on his CRG machine that is probably gonna miss here throughout this heat race, and rightfully so, because he's about a second slower than the leaders now, continuing to lose time here for Aiden Rudolph, falling under fire to Justin Music. So and he's going to get past just easily there. I'm not sure if that tire just is not beaten anymore on the front left, but issues for Aiden Rudolph in heat race number 2 put him out of contention here in this one. But the battle for the lead in between Peyton Phillips and Jesus Vasquez Jr. still ramping up. Adams almost sideways on the inside of turn number 8. He's able to get clear.
Hard on the brakes for Troy Adams to get that position off of Aiden Rudolph. You saw his kart yaw out again, as I've been saying. These slick conditions make it much more treacherous to brake hard on these tires. But as they get temperature in the tires, I mean, we saw how treacherous it was on the warm-up lap, and now with that temperature in the tires and also all these karts coming around and displacing any slickness we have on the racetrack, it is only going to get faster as we take the white flag this time by. And Jesus Vasquez with the lead. Jake French has a fantastic exit coming out of the corner. He's now side by side with Peyton Phillips. He waves him on by because they don't want to lose any time in this race. It's kind of smart from Peyton Phillips because it is only a heat. He would much rather hold on to P3 than fight and let everybody else catch back up and potentially lose more spots. Jesus Vasquez Jr., one of the strongest drivers we've ever seen in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, is now starting to pull away from these two in the second and third. And with only half a lap to go, we'll see if Jake French and Peyton Phillips have anything to say about that.
I tell you what, Jake French is absolutely flying on that factory kart here. He's going to get to the rear bumper here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. not going to want to waste any time. Vasquez is going to go low. He's going to defend. Jake's going to go high. Can he set up an over-under on the exit of 8? Phillips looking to stick a nose on the inside. French, his last real shot's going to be in 11 here. Jake French with one more shot here to solidify a pole position. If you finish second, it's still good enough to qualify on the pole. What does French have? Around the outside, looking to get it done on Jesus Vasquez Jr. Does he go too deep? Vasquez able to defend quite nicely, and the California kid looks pretty much set to finish on the top step in heat race number 2. A good swing for his championship. Jake French across the line second. Peyton Phillips rounds up your top 3.
In 4th, it'll be Truly Adams with a good race going all the way up into P4. Cruz in 5th. Music 6th. Musgrave into 7th. J.D. Lamping finds himself in 8th. Aiden Rudolph with a mysterious issue. We couldn't find out what the problem was. Falls all the way down to 9th place. And your top 10th driver will be Colin Summers.
And you go back to Beckett, Friesen, Xander Clements up 10 spots. Your biggest mover in this heat race. And that's a good showing nonetheless. You go back to Joey Friendy and Howell Noah's Arts, Sebastian Trejo, Ibrahim Din, Jonathan Biscoff, Sawyer Roussel, Roddy Pope, Frank Goodson, Shimbashi, Good, Faulkner. Your finishers here in this one: Harold Dunlap, Skinner, Pico, Renfro, Bamroo, Knight, Egdroff. Not able to close this one out, unfortunately, here, Rocco. It's been a crazy, soggy Saturday here in Amarillo Kart Complex. From all of us here at Kart Chaser, we thank you very much for bearing with us. We hope you have a good night, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.